Hello everyone, welcome. Twitter. Hello everyone. So we're hanging out. So I just want you guys to know that it is 94 degrees right now. This room is probably close to like 90 degrees right now. It's really hot in here. And I'm trying to cool it down. I have my AC going, and I have my central AC going as well, but it's just not cooling down this room. This room is the hottest room in the house, okay? Just so you understand. It's the hottest room because it has sun all day. It gets sun from like the morning on all the way, and like the sun is like right over there now. So it's like just beaming down on this room. So I'm here. I hope you guys are doing good. So today it's crazy. I look at like these numbers over here. I don't know if you guys can see. Yeah, you guys can see. I see Sneb has like 124 people. ZFG has like 1,000 people, of course, Loranity has 715. I'm like, man, I wish I had those. I do get jealous, I will tell you guys. It was 32 degrees Celsius for me today. That's kind of cold. Why is it so cold? Got my AC going in my room. At least you have central AC. Yeah, well, my central AC doesn't do much. My central AC really only works for like the downstairs area, but because I live in a wood house, so all my upstairs my rooms up here, they're all so hot. They're all just swelteringly hot. Leave my room, go to the bathroom is like going to fridge into from fridge into sauna. Yeah, I have that as well. I mean, I have this extra AC here. I do want to get another actual AC window unit in here at some point because this room really needs it. And I want to get rid of that big box right there. You guys can kind of see the end of it. That white little box right there. I want to get rid of it because it's so big and it's so clunky, and I want to put something in the window like behind it. So wait, what? 32 degrees Celsius is not. Oh, I'm sorry. I was like, it's not Fahrenheit. I was thinking Fahrenheit. I'm sorry. 32 degrees Celsius is super hot. I was like, what the hell? That's really cold. No, that's really hot. Yeah, see, I'm an idiot. So, speaking of, just so you guys know, I was at work until about an hour ago. I just got home recently. I had a little bit of food, and I sat down, and I kind of relaxed for a little bit. But I'm really tired because I've been going at it since like 8 this morning. So I'm a little out of it. 73 is nice. 73 is nice. So hot in the house, Jesus. Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, it's right now. I was looking. It says 93 degrees and we have a heat advisory. Really? I hadn't noticed. Heat advisory for all of Florida, all of the area that I live in. So, like, just everywhere. Heat advisory. Thank you. I hadn't noticed that it was hot. So, but yeah, like I said, hopefully we'll maybe get to the point where we have these kinds of numbers over here. Even 21 would be nice. Anyways, so we're gonna look at the stream. I missed it, which was, which was kind of a shame. Um, but yeah, so I guess they got to play around and ask questions. So this is Mighty Teapot and Snab, and I don't know who Trigiosum is. Trig is awesome. Is that Trig? Is that Taylor? Because there's CMC as well. They want to use any different thing. I mean, it's like we don't measure anything in meters. It's all inches, and yards and miles, right? Nothing is in meters and kilometers and stuff like that. They use so many different things. Rain coming in 3 hours though. That'll be nice. Is that what's happening? I didn't even look at it. Is that what the forecast is saying? Well, the forecast for me is only saying that I have a 23% chance. So even if I get rain, 23% chance at 10 p.m. So it's only going to be a little bit of rain for me. So it's not going to be a lot. Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for I remember you saying that you were going to do that. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh yeah, and feet fetish people go for, why are we talking about feet? Wait, you're saying that Americans are into feet? Is that an American fetish? No, you know what? I'm not even gonna go there. I was gonna say something, and I was like, "Well, that's an easy way to get yourself canceled." So I'm not saying what I was gonna say. But yeah, I wanted to look at the stream. Oh, yeah, we do feet. That's the one. Yep. Oh my god. Yeah, we were talking about measurements. So feet. Yeah. We were talking about people feet. Why would we? Why would we be talking about that? Why would we be talking about people's feet? Mind you, I'm not a foot person, okay? I can't do feet. I know everyone has them. Doesn't mean I need to have them in my face and do things with them. They can stay firmly on the ground. Oh yeah, my pee is 2 feet long. Wait, who said this? Why are you quoting this? Who has a pee that's 2 feet long? Hi, how are you? Uh, uh, I'm really tired. Okay, Samael, is that right? Samael? Feet exist. I don't get the big deal. You're right. I don't know. I'm totally fine with, like, you know, if other people are into feet, it's great. I'm not gonna be the type of person that says like you have to wear socks, all the time. Like I wear socks all the time. I'm a sock wearing person. But sometimes I don't wear socks, so it's like whatever. But there's like no fetish behind it. I would never look at someone's feet and be like, wow, those are some hot feet. Like, I'm like, yeah, you're into feet? Well, it's fine. Sam is fine. Well, hi, Sam. Welcome. I knew that I'd like to shove his feet into some. Okay, he's a doctor? Wow. You know what? Now that you mention it, I actually know someone that did that too. Oh, God. Okay, let's change the subject. Let's talk about something else. There's like behind why people like feet, but I won't get into it. Is he a foot doctor? Yeah. Now we're asking the hard hitting questions here. Is this feet guy into is the guy that's into feet an oncologist? Oh, interesting. Yeah, we don't have to get into psychology. If you like feet, it's great. Good for you. Um, there's other fetishes out. Listen, as long as the fetish is like, morally good, it's all consensual. We're good. It's fine. You can have fetishes. It's fine. It's no judgment. People are into different things. It's fine. But feet is just not my thing. So that we use those as measurement as, whatever to me. I wonder if there's people that are like that are really into feet that like they're measuring and it's like 3 feet and they get like really just like aroused by talking about like, oh man, this this table is 3 feet long. You do keep it consensual. I mean, pretty much, right? Like, just make sure it's consensual and make sure it's all good and we're not doing anything that's illegal and, you know, all that. Let's get into boobs. Everyone loves those, even gay dudes. Incorrect. It's like students counting money in beers. That's funny. I have this baby lizard in my room, and I've been kind of just letting him live here. I need to get him out of here. He's actually climbing on the thing. I need to get him out of here. I've been trying to catch him for the last couple of days, and I have not been able to, and now he's like right there. I can see him. He's climbing up on the second screen right now. He's a cute little guy, but I gotta get him out of here. He's been here a couple days, but anytime I try to get him... Okay, now he's climbing up the screen. My guy, that is not... Dude. Are you... No, he's going. He's going for it. Alright, anyways. He's crawling straight across what everyone's writing right now. He's like really tiny. He's like this big. Everyone loves boobs. You kind of have to, whether it's or sexual reasons. Whether it's to live when you were a baby or for sexual reasons. Well, okay. When I was a baby, I didn't care where the milk came out of. Okay, I didn't care as long as I got the milk. So not that I was into the boobs, and nowadays I'm not into it. You were bottle fed. See, not everyone's into boobies when they're a baby. I get the appeal of boobs, but boobs do absolutely nothing for me. But in Poland, also in Germany, people joke that something costed them X years. I didn't I didn't care where the milk came out of. I mean, I'm just saying, as a baby, you don't give a shit where the milk's coming out of, as long as you're getting fed. I can't even think. You know what I mean? So, girl, yeah, it doesn't matter if it came out of a man's teat. That's fine too. As long as I got that baby milk, I'm good. And I was not bottle fed. I will tell you guys, I was not bottle fed. That's what she said. Not that kind of milk. Why are you so gross? Possible in African tribes, male milk. I don't... Again, the random... Oh no, is he really doing this right now? So this lizard, I just want you guys... I'm just going to describe this to you. So he climbed all the way up, got to the top of the screen, turned back around, and he's now sitting on the screen. And you guys see how, like, there's the flower patterns going underneath the screen, going along. He's trying to catch those. He's trying to catch the flower petals, thinking that they're bugs. My guy, those are not bugs. You cannot eat those. It's really cute. And he's, like, kind of looking at it. He's like, the fuck is going on here? My partnership is in danger? Nah, we're okay. Listen, as long as we don't do anything against terms of service, we're fine. So we don't have to talk about explicit... Newbass doesn't want to use YouTube. Yeah, get on, get with it. Alright, we're just gonna start. I don't care about this lizard anymore. I'm gonna bully him with my mouse. Hey, hey, hey! Are you scared yet? Oh, he didn't like that. Oh, he's going after that face. Whoever just put that face out, it's going after it. Really, guy? It's so freaking great. Can I lead you away? Here, look at the mouse. Look at it. This way. Oh, he's following it. Oh my god, this is so cool. Get up there. Go. No, don't do that. No. Okay, he's looking away from the face. He can't see it. Get out of the screen here. Ah, it disappeared. So my mouse, he was following my mouse, and then as I went to the edge of the mouse, it went to my screen right here. So he's in the corner now, and he's like, where did my guy go? Where did the mouse go? YouTube is fine. We need a video. I know, I was thinking about, like, how can I make this happen for you guys, but... What? Found a dead lizard in my bathroom yesterday? Oh, that's so sad. Happens to me all the time. They sometimes, they come in and they just... Happens to me all the time. I had one the other day that I found. I was like, oh, poor guy. That's why I kind of want to get this guy out of here, but... he's actually gotten bigger too, I feel like. He's been kind of growing, so I need to get him out of here. So I'm not gonna worry about it right now. He'll hang out. He looks like he's doing fine. He's not dying yet. So I have the AC on, so it's gonna cool down in here for him, and he's gonna chill. If he finds any bugs in any corners, good. Hi, Jacob. Don't like Twitch at all. Only reason I have Prime is because of my grandma. She doesn't use it and just gave me her info. Free games and Twitch drops are nice. Yeah, I mean that, right? I mean I use Amazon. You know, I don't use it a lot, but I use Amazon. So there's like certain items that I just sometimes it's just really nice. Like, you know, I get that a lot of people are like against that or whatever, but there's certain times where I'm like, really, it's nice to say, I really need this and I cannot get to the store and I can just order it and I know it's going to be at my house tomorrow, right? There's something really nice about that, the convenience of it. So I do use it for certain things that I like. The other day, for example, I had a rip in my work shirt and it was like really big and I hadn't noticed it was under my arm. It was really big and someone at work pointed it out and I was like, oh, if the boss sees that. So then all day I'm walking around like, don't look at my armpit. So I had to like, and I was working all day that day, and I was like, I need a shirt. So I right then and there ordered a shirt that was then at my house the next day. So it's nice, you know. Getting Twitch drops during the latest elite spec. Yeah, it's gonna be the same drops that we had before. The same exact drops that he's going after my mouse again. I'm moving my mouse around. He's going after it. This is actually really funny. So. Uh, my guy, this is not a good spot for you to sit. I will tell you that. Yeah, so did they not put this up here? They did not. They did not put this up? Oh, I guess I thought they had it on their news page. I guess not. That's okay. Yeah, I didn't have it on. It's okay. It's nice for the category for sure. What do you mean by category? Like you mean like on Twitch, the Twitch category, or what are we talking about? All right, so let's start. So I missed this. I missed the stream. I didn't know about the stream. I didn't know before you guys actually knew. Welcome to being a partner. Ooh, should I flaunt my partner? I actually have to. I will tell you guys. So this whole partner thing is not that I want to flaunt that in front of people. I actually have to display that. So this is not me just being a total jerk, but I actually have to do this. So I just want you guys to know that. Put my name up too. Oh wait, we have that. I'm feeling I'm tired. I mean, I've been going since 8 a.m. this morning, so it's now almost 6 p.m. So I've been going for like 10 hours and I'm kind of like feeling it. I was very busy at work. I had a lot of I didn't have a lot of customers, but I had a lot of work to do. So I was very just running around nonstop and then I was outside and it was like 100,000 degrees outside and I'm sweating. So hey, what's up, Matthew? Are you doing for stay published with it? I don't know yet. I didn't watch the stream, so we're gonna watch the stream. So just so you guys know, this was Mighty Teapot, Snab, uh, Trig, Taylor, and CMC Cal. So we got two devs and two partners, and I guess they were hanging out and they were asking questions. I don't know. There was we do have a Discord. If you guys want to hang out in the Discord, is in the about section on Twitch or in the description on YouTube. If you guys want to hang out, but apparently people were talking in Discord, and I didn't want to, I guess, spoil myself with whatever. But people were talking about it, and I saw like a couple of glimpses of things or whatever. We were talking about like weapon swapping on Ellie or something was the last thing they talked about. So you guys can hang out in there as well. Just got off of work. No idea what happened. So yeah, so they had a stream. So this is those four had a stream where apparently they were taking questions from the community while the stream was going on. The Snap and Mighty Teapot, and they were asking Cal and Taylor, Trig and CMC these questions, and like asking these questions as in so they could get informed on what's going on. Well, you know what, Mish? If that is the worst thing that happens to you this week, you're doing good. How's everyone doing? Are you the ones that have watched the streams? Are you guys did you guys get any cool info? If someone makes it that some of all the important things is on this. I'm sure someone will. I'm sure there's someone right now on Reddit that has taken notes because that's what happened last time. I remember someone went through and they wrote up a whole thing where they were like, "Here are the important things that I picked out of the stream." So people do that. What is this ad over here? Did you guys see that? For you, I don't care. Get out of here. Get out of here, scrubs. In fact, I took a break and haven't finished it yet. Nice. Yeah, so let's just get started. Let me know if that's loud enough. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit because I have the AC like right in my ear, so I'm gonna turn it up. I have it turned up all the way for me right now, so I'm gonna just kind of skip ahead and make sure that it's not too loud for me real quick. Oh my god, they didn't even start 13 minutes in. Okay.
So, to give everybody a little bit of context,
Okay. I think this is good, right? You guys need, I'll turn it up a little bit for you guys so you guys can hear it. So we're gonna look at it. So I just want you guys to understand, before we really get into it. So I'm not gonna read too much of the chat here. You guys can read that. I don't, whatever. It's up on screen. You guys can read it. It's fine. The thing though is that I don't know. So I watched a little bit of Mighty Teapot throughout the years. Every so often, like I'll just jump in and kind of whatever. I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on the guy. And neither do I have on. I've heard a lot of it. Let me just say I've heard a lot of opinions about these guys. But I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I feel like I have not watched enough of their stuff to make my own opinion. So I don't know, like I don't know what to expect. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. I have no idea what to expect. So I hope the sound is good for you guys. Where does it start? They do a stream start soon for 15 minutes. I feel bad when I do a 5 minute.
It didn't really work for me for some reason.
Oh, hello.
Set up and it didn't really work for me for some reason. So instead, you just get to see my screen, as I will just follow people around. And you know, the big thing is, I guess I should give an overview of what this stream is. That would be useful.
agreed.
Obviously, you guys have seen all the elite specs.
I'm gonna pause throughout this to read your guys' stuff. They're fine as peeps, I think, with a lot of bigger communities, the wild chest. Yeah, and I think that's the thing though too, is that because I know how it is. Like I have a minuscule community, right? Like I have maybe 3-4 people that chat in my chat, right? But I can't imagine when you have like dozens of people that are in your chat. That mustache, I'm just not a fan of mustaches. Just witness that, and it's right in my face. So I'm not a fan of that. Nothing against the guy. I just look at that lonely Eevee in that empty shelf. Oh my god, the things I noticed. But yeah, it must be hard when you have like a chat of like, you know, hundreds of people and they're all throwing out their opinions and they're all like yelling and doing the thing, right? And it's like, oh my god, I can only imagine how overstimulated like I would get. I don't know how these guys can rate the mustache. I don't see, it's a 0 out of 10 because I hate mustaches. I hate mustaches. Like I have a guy at work and he's growing out a mustache and I looked at him and I said, Ryan, why? And he's like, I like it. I want to go to the police. I want to go to, he's doing something with police. Like he went for like some kind of whatever science. He went to school for whatever. And he's like, yeah, I'm a criminal science or something. And he's like, I want to get into the police force. And I'm like, and so you're now growing out a fucking mustache? He's like, yeah. I'm like, why? No, mustaches are not cute. Get it off. Get that caterpillar. And that's not even like a, I don't know. I hate that. Damn it, Ryan. Mustache looks cute. Looks better with some scruff on the rest of the beard. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have my stuff going on too, but I just like a single mustache can't do it, man. I'm immediately brought back into like the 70s, like porn star, right? Like that's what reminds me of. Teapot is fine, but the community has grown, and just some of the overall takes from Teapot is competing when it comes to absolute garbage takes. I don't agree with, but they popularize them, and it becomes meta. Oh boy, we're in for some fun. All right, let's
Say
get going.
something. Go for it.
Oh no, I just said agreed. I said agreed.
Agreed.
It's a
Yeah,
good
that is
good
useful.
overview.
So obviously we've done all the previews, but this is more of an opportunity to have like a second look or an additional pre-beta look where Taylor and I are here hanging out with Sneb and Mighty Teapot on stream together. So we have some prepared questions, and we're gonna kind of go on some. There's room for the chat to ask questions, and if you ask a really good question, we'll probably answer it. If you just want to like rage in the chat and say CMC, I don't like you, we probably won't respond to that. But you can try, I guess.
But you can try.
And the idea is that it's more just like a casual conversation between like some devs and some content creators, and we have some questions prepared, and we have some winging it for sure going to be happening. And the first part of that was even getting the stream set up. But I think we are here and ready to go if anyone has things.
First question, where's
I have
Roy?
one quick
Where's
thing.
Roy? Where's Roy? That's the main question.
Where is Roy? Maybe
That's
he'll
true.
call in. He can call in, right? Let's stream together.
I'll knock.
Very confident, has a big ego. It's really difficult to discuss with him. He's spreading a scourge support as an influencer, right? Because I'm not here to influence you guys, right? And I always hate when other people do that. Like I hate when they sit there and they try to I influence people on the way that they think. I always tell you guys, like, if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. And if you give me a good reasoning for it, right? Like I ask you guys to defend your statements, and I will try to defend my statements, right? Like that's how I always do this in streams. And I always hate seeing when a content creator / influencer sits there and tries to put out their opinion as in that's the de facto thing, and you have to be on board with it, right? Like it's fine to have opinions, but then you just got to say I enjoy this, but maybe you guys don't, or I think that this is OP, but maybe you guys have other arguments, right? And I don't know, there's something about that. It's extra funny with the partner logo. What do you mean? He was like, oh, Scourge doesn't need Alec. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is all very, very specific things. I don't even know enough about Scourge to even know what the hell you're talking about. So, but anyways, let's keep on.
I have a quick. You guys can hear me, right? Okay. Apparently, people. I can't tell if people troll when they're like, "Sneb's mic is low." This is like a classic streamer problem. But what I wanted to say, just very quickly, is that this is very experimental. We're trying out some new tech with the stream together stuff. So please go a bit easy on us. We're going to make this a bit of a casual conversation, have some fun, but know that there will probably be a few little bugs along the way, and that's just part of how we're trying to learn this new stuff.
Sneb is so loud.
I fixed it. Mostly. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, good. Yes, obviously we can't have Discord blur our webcam backgrounds today because we are on stream.
I'm really trying. I'm going to try my best today to not judge people, to not be judgmental, okay? And I have nothing against these people personally, but I know what it's like to stand on a stage and have to talk to people, okay? I know what it's like to do that, and you guys know that I try to be as honest and as wholehearted as I can be, right? I'm just open, and I try to just be me. And I don't do this for the show, right? It's just me. I vent a lot, but that's even more me, right? That's not me being different. So you guys are gonna see, don't look at my facial expressions, because I'm just gonna absorb the things that are being said, and I'm gonna think certain things, and I'm gonna say other things. So that's how this is gonna go. For me, influencer is someone, I know what you mean, I know what you mean, though. Influencer is more of a term for the sponsors rather than the viewership. For me, influencer is someone who is worshipped by the people who watch that person. Everything I say is up. We're definitely staring out. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh my god, why is there always one jackass that comes into my fucking shit? Do I not have it pulled up? I thought I... Oh, I do have it. No, I don't. Wait, do I? I do. I do have it. I did have it. Let me just pull up my own stream. Apparently I have to do that.
Team Rift.
Sorry, guys. That was just Twitch doing the usual thing. I gotta pull up my own stream. There we go. Alright. Don't worry, we love your face expressions and your face in general. Bonk the bot. I did. Otherwise you wouldn't watch. Oh, that's very kind. Thank you. And that's the thing, right? Like, I always talk about this. Like, I just really think that influencers, while yes, they're like almost like liaisons of the people, right? And they're kind of like, people look to them for answers or whatever, right? But it's like, some influencers or content creators, and I hate the term influencers because that's not what I'm here for. Okay, me personally, I don't know how other people do it, but for me personally, I'm not here to influence you guys. I'm not here to tell you how to feel. I'm not here to tell you how to play a game. I'm not here to tell you like how to live your lives. Okay, I don't know your lives. Okay, and like, you know, I love you guys all equally, but I don't care enough to figure out all of your to tell you how to live your life, right? Like I don't even have time to figure out my own life. So I'm just here to have a good time and have a discussion, right? It's always, I used to talk about this all the time in my videos. When I first started making videos on YouTube, I always said like my videos are always there to make discussion, like to create a discussion. And that's what it always is about, right? Like, because I know my opinion isn't infallible, like God knows, Jesus, you know? Anyways, let's move on. Oh my God.
Stream together so you can see the office.
Can I just
my
press
office
space? I
in
can't.
full
Okay.
glory. There's still a sheet covering my wife's desk, and there is a bookshelf. Very exciting.
You just enjoy me talking. Well, thank you.
Where are we going to hang out, by the
whole-
way? Are we in the aerodrome?
My
Like,
plan
what?
was just read chat for 2 hours, so I was hoping
Okay.
that you guys could do some real content.
Yeah, I mean, Snev, you did the preparation for this. You put the work in, right? You didn't just troll us.
Questions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got some pretty interesting questions. So, to give everybody a little bit of context, I did go on Reddit. I read a whole bunch of people's questions. I looked at Discord. People were DMing me. I've looked at the Twitch chat. I've looked at all of these questions. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to ask all of them, but I tried to sort of consolidate them into a few main areas. One big question that's coming up in a lot of different ways is usually tied to profession identity. So you'll see people asking specifically about like the antiquary. You'll see people talking about like evoker and like.
Okay, so they're jumping right in, and so let me read first what you said. The lizard is like still hunting down my mouse. Every time I go by him, he turns around. He's like, "Where did it go?" Sounds like your idea of streaming is the ideal idea of streaming and what it should be based on universal right that showed the alpha stage of streaming, just chilling and chatting. Well, and that's the thing. Like, I feel like it's like, yeah, I'm on camera, but you know, I feel like so many influencers and so many like content creators and stuff, they feel that they're like elevated on some kind of platform. I'm like, just because I have a microphone and a fucking camera doesn't mean that I'm better than anyone else. Okay, and my opinion isn't worth more because of that, right? Like, just because I have people watching my stream doesn't mean that I have more say over something that I don't. Like, I just like hanging out with you guys, and I like having a good time, and I like hearing about you guys, you know, whatever you guys have to say, and I like having discussions, and we talk about all kinds of things. Most of the time we don't even talk about the game, right? So I don't know. There's like this whole idea, and I really think that there are certain people that need to take that influencer status, and they need to kind of, they need like a little bit of a reality check. I'm not saying anyone like that we're watching right now, because I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Again, I don't know too much. Like I said, I've heard, but again, it's other people's opinions, and I try not to get influenced by your guys' opinion as well, right? I take them and I consider them, but I don't take them at face value. So. It works on small scale. That's why I love watching smaller streams, because they actually engage in some kind of discussion or conversation, and that's true, right? Like I said, I think there's a lot when you have like 100 plus people, 700 people, 800 people, 10,000 people, right? Like you get all these like opinions and people, right? I even in my chats, like what was it the other day? There was something, it wasn't in my chat, it was in my comments. There was like some person in my comments and they were like just being very like I was just like, this is such a drag to talk to you. Like I was trying to be nice, because I don't ever want to be rude because I don't know, maybe they're having a bad day. I don't know, maybe their mom died yesterday. I don't fucking know, right? So I'm trying to be nice to the person, but it was such a drag talking to them and I'm like, they were just kind of being ignorant about everything. And I'm like, okay, if you're being so doom and gloom, like I don't really want to talk to you, but I'm gonna be nice enough to talk to you, Like I don't know. Got someone like Markiplier where he has said that he will sometimes get depressed when he thinks about how many subscribers, viewers he has, and the fact he can't actually connect with all of them. But I don't understand that. Like I honestly I don't understand that, because the thing is, when you have all those people watching, you have this fan base, you need to accept that you won't be able to connect to all of them. But let's be real, even if he only had 100 people watching it, would he connect with all of those people? If he had 10 people talking to him, would he build these personal connections to people? Probably not, right? Like, he probably wouldn't. Not saying that he's a bad guy, but I'm saying, again, this is just the internet. These are just, these are names on a screen, right? Just written out in front of you. And yeah, sometimes we connect, right? We like hang out on Discord and, maybe we'll video stream or we'll play Mario Kart together or whatever, right? Like that happens and you build those connections too. But, once you add like even 100 people, you're already done. Like there's no way that you're going to be able to build any relationship with past that point with any of these people, right? Like it's not happening. So just at that point, you need to accept that you just have hundreds of thousands of people that watch you every time you stream or that watch any of your videos and they say, hey, I freaking love you. And you got to be like, I appreciate that. I love you too, for you random, ABC person on the internet, and that's just how it goes. Like, that's just, I don't, I don't know. I feel like that's just part of it. That seems kind of weird, right? As long as we don't have that issue, and yeah, people can say they don't believe that Markiplier is saying, but I do. He seems like a genuine person. I'm sure he has fun peace with. I mean, he seems like a genuinely nice person. I think Markiplier is a very kind person. I've watched many of. I used to watch him a lot back in the day before I started making my own content, and nothing against him at all, But I think once you get into that point, and once you start seeing the growth in your channel, like. I just think you need to accept that. Maybe he has accepted that, but I'm sure there's other people. Like, I've heard of other influencers and, content creators and stuff that have, like, committed suicide, right? And that probably is part of it, because they probably have all these people that shout all these things at them, and they get affected by it, right? And it goes both ways. I can't build, like, genuine connections with all those people when I have them watch, but that also means that their opinions don't really matter that much, right? So when they have like, hey, I really think you're ugly, or like take for example, a few weeks back I had someone on Twitch come in and they made fun of my forehead. Okay, it kind of pissed me off for like a second, but I was like, you know what, it's the fucking internet, it's some rando on the internet, and he whatever. Like, he literally just came in, had like a few lines about my forehead, and then he left. Okay, cool, whatever. I don't care. Like, I just, it's just, that's part of it, right? You need to kind of learn to have that. You need to learn to have that where you can block that out, right? A little bit. So. Oh, thank you for following. Mortifier Gladio. Appreciate that. There's a core community that you do connect with, and people are welcome to join it, but most viewers at that point want a superficial connection as well. I get that, and I think it's a tough road, right? And I think it's in part you have to make other people understand that, hey, I understand that maybe you have been like coming to my streams all the time, and like maybe I don't recognize your name all the time, but that's not because I don't personally like you. It's just because I have 10,000 other people just like you that are doing exactly the same thing, that are saying the exact same things, and they all have wacky names, and I can't remember. I'm talking about myself personally. It's easy to say that, oh, you shouldn't worry about these people, or you have to accept you won't be able to build genuine connections, you know. I mean, is it easy to say that? I mean, it's easy to say that as a hard, for some people it might be overwhelming, and that's true. For some people it might be overwhelming, but then I will say, and I will be devil's advocate and say maybe then this isn't for you. Like if this affects you in a negative way and it's overwhelming for you every time you do it, then maybe this isn't for you. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying I don't want these people to stream anymore, but I'm saying if having 10,000 people watch you every time and you have all these people scream at you and some people are saying mean things and some people are saying nice things and whatever, and it's overwhelming for you, and every time you stop streaming you think about killing yourself, then maybe this isn't for you and you need to like do something else. Like go work in an office somewhere where you don't have this overstimulation. You know what I mean? Like I'm really like I'm saying that for their own health, for their own mental health, and for their own just livelihood, right? Like just because it's not just about the money, but it's also about doing something that you enjoy doing and you don't dread doing it, because that's what it turns into. It starts turning into you dread doing it every single time if that's how you feel. If it's that overwhelming for you every time, you know? Oh God, what's going on? We're just discussing, we're watching the stream of the stream. We're watching my stream, me streaming. We're watching me streaming, other people streaming. It's like in streamception. So today we had a stream. Trig, CMC, Sneb, and Mighty Teapot were hanging out. Sounds like a really fun story. One day, Trig, CMC, and Sneb, and Mighty Teapot were hanging out, but they're just kind of answering some community questions, pretty much, is what the thing is. Lots of people on the internet say stuff just to get a rise out of people. How I've had many people out in the world do it. You're putting yourself out on the internet, you will need to navigate negative comments or turn them off altogether. Streamception. That's the one. Streamception is great. I like that. I will stream watching you stream watching the stream. It's like today is the day of the day. I'm making that into a t-shirt. I just want you guys to know that I have committed last night. I've committed myself to putting that on a fucking t-shirt. Today is the day of the day. Do we all need to stream? Yes, absolutely. Get your cameras out. Get your mics out. Just kidding. Anyways, let's move on. Oh, what I wanted to say before we got on this whole like influencer, streamer, whatever bullshit. So what I want to say, let me kind of talk a little bit about opinions on. So they're going right into. They're going right into what were they talking about? Oh God, I completely lost track of everything.
I've got some pretty text, all of them, but I tried to sort of consolidate them into is usually tied to professional asking specifically about like the antiquary.
So he's going into the antiquary, the infinite loop. But yeah, you have to stream the other person watching the stream. Oh boy, myself? Stream someone watching my stream while I'm streaming someone else's stream? If I'm going to the bathroom while watching this on tablet, does that count as me streaming? I guess. That's one of the definitions of streaming these days. So let's talk about like, so they're going right in, and so Snap is talking about class identity, right? And so this is more just so you guys, people that are new. Okay, I'm not a numbers guy. I don't deal in numbers. I don't know what class needs what when it comes to like the nitty gritty of like alacrity and quickness and all these things, right? Like I don't know these little things. Okay, I deal with like how does it feel? How's the flow of everything? Do the skills make sense? Are the animations good? Is the concept like, does that all make sense? Do the trades kind of have some synergy, right? Like I deal in the more broader things because I can't deal with the tiny little, you know, oh, we need, you know, when someone says like, oh, we need the what was it the other day, the duration of the, what was it, conduit of the cosmic wisdom. Like someone was like, oh, we need we need, what was it, we need like a longer duration. I'm like, I don't know. I haven't played it, so I don't know what it feels like. So like when I look at the numbers, I'm like, this doesn't mean anything to me because I don't know what the flow of combat is like. You know what I mean? So I kind of deal with that stuff. So class identity. So antiquary is a great subject. I think Snap is talking about antiquary, and so my opinion, for those of you that didn't watch my videos on those when I covered those, so the antiquary is interesting because I think there's like a huge disconnect between what the idea of the antiquary is and what the execution of it is, right? Because the antiquary in name and idea sounds like Indiana Jones, right? Talks about like a thief that's more about like finding hidden treasures around the world and utilizing those in a way, right? But then we jump into the like execution of the antiquary, and they kind of lose me there because we're now dealing with having like not artifacts, but we have like a Skrid Hollow Dancer, an Exalted Hammer, and we have a chalk organ that one of the Skrid holds up. We have a electric guitar. I mean, half of those are not artifacts. Like it's weird. So they kind of lose me there a little bit, right? And we get a little bit, and then we go into the like utility trades, and we talk about like gambling, right? And it's like, ooh, there's like a high risk, high reward thing going. And I'm like, okay, well, but how does that tie into an antiquary? Like an artifact stealer, right? Like I don't understand. Like in a weird, like I feel like I'm sure you could like somehow connect it, right? But you have to do it like 23 different ways instead of just going like a straight way. So there's certain things where, and the way that I described it in the video, I think, or it might have been in the stream afterwards, it felt like they had like 5 people working in 5 separate rooms, all working on pieces of the antiquary. And the boss said, you work on this part, you work on the weapon skills, you work on the concept, you work on the utility skills, you work on the trades, and we're all going to come back together by the end, and we're all going to pull our ideas together. And that's what it kind of feels like. It just feels like there's all these different ideas, and they tried to like kind of make it work, and it didn't really, like, it doesn't, I don't know if it really did any, like, it doesn't do it for me. I'm going to be honest, okay? It's funny how similar you and I are on just enjoying PvE, but the fact I'm more into the numbers and boons fascinates me. I guess we all have our journeys that lead us to where we lead us. Love the batshit insanity of antiquary myself. What is this? I will look at that later. Thank you. I see it. I will watch that later. I just want the class to feel good and do things well, which is not always the case in Guild Wars 2. A lot of the artifacts are no artifacts. That part that annoyed me. You're just not ready for the rat. Arena has always said they usually have one person work on an elite spec. We were past where it was one person. Right. I'm not saying that that's what happened, but that's what it feels like. I don't know who worked on it. I'm sure it probably was more than one person. I have a feeling there was more than one person working on this, but it just kind of feels like they didn't know. They had an idea, but they didn't know how to make it work. And it's kind of a shame because I pointed out things that could have been actual artifacts from Guild Wars 1, right? Like one of the things that kind of bothered me was that we have all these elite specializations, some of the elite specializations are callback classes to Guild Wars 1, right? They're callback specs to classes from Guild Wars 1, right? We have the Paragon, we have the Ritualist mainly, right? We have the Dervish and parts of the Conduit, like that stuff, right? So they could have really made the Antiquary a callback class to Guild Wars 1 artifacts, right? They could have used items from Guild Wars 1 as these things that you find throughout, that you find and use, right? I talked about the Armor of Salvation. I talked about the Orb of Celerity or whatever it's called, right? Like these artifacts I showed you guys that actually have effects on them, which they could translate to something in Guild Wars 2, right? Like they have effects that you could use, you could do something with them, right? And it would be really cool. It would be another callback class to Guild Wars 1, and it would kind of make sense because you're like, okay, we're using artifacts from the olden times, 250 years plus, you know, because some of those items might be even old to Guild Wars 1 standards. So, you know, but it's like we're using like hollow dancers and electric guitars, which have like existed on Tyria for like what, 10 years? It's not really an artifact. Not really an artifact. I get that a lot of people are hyped for the script thing. I get that, right? Like I think it's cute as hell. Okay? I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like having the little script hanging off of the turret and having it right the hammer as you slam it down, like that's cute as hell. I love that, right? But I can't take it serious if you're giving me the idea of, hey, we have this antiquary, then they need to call it something else, right? But if you're calling it the antiquary and they started literally, in the video, I went through it. In the video, they started with the antiquary collects artifacts from ancient Tyria, and you're like, and then it's like a fucking script, like Hollow Dancer, you know? It's like, what? I don't really you're losing me halfway through this, right? Like you're kind of losing me. So, that's how I feel about that. It's on Thief. It can't be reputable. It's a looter with a fancy name. I mean, yeah, I get that, right? But then they shouldn't have used antiquary as a name if that's not what they want to do, right? There's a bazillion other names they could have used if it's the idea that they don't want to, if they don't want to make it reputable and they want to keep the thief idea, then they need to like find something else, because antiquary and thief don't really have that much in common on it. Why not a whole team doing it all together? We're thieves, not historians. We don't know what's actually an artifact or not. But then they don't need to describe it, right? But they themselves described it as such. Like I'm not creating that description myself. I'm not pulling that out of thin air, right? That is how they introduced the antiquary. So it's like, we're not historians and we're not reputable. Okay, cool. So it's like, so the idea is something completely different to what we are actually shown, right? I would feel a lot better if they would have come up with a different name and a different concept and still kept everything we have in game. They should have called it something else. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to come up with a quick little name on the top of my head that would be better. Something that describes like a looter of some kind. Or like, you know, something like that, right? A scriptmancer? Somewhere along those lines, right? Like someone that loots and maybe have influence of the script, because the script are a big part of the spec, right? If they would have named it that and just been like, not talked about artifacts, left that whole part out. We don't need artifacts. Just leave that out. Just leave that out. You don't need that. You don't need that. You don't need the name antiquary. You don't need the word artifact. You don't need that. Give me something else. Then I probably would have been more on board. If they had immediately, like, if they had taken the idea of like, okay, we're dealing with script, we're just finding random shit on the ground, like a guitar and a fucking like, you know, hollow dancer, you know, whatever, right? Like, cool. All right. I like it. It's quirky. It's funny. It's cool. It's cute. But if you're, you know what I mean? That's where I'm trying to go with. I feel like I'm talking in circles right now. So, if it's shiny, it's artifacts. But that's, yeah, for Scrit. But we're not Scrit. So, now for sure, more than ever since they have less people. Honestly, a thief, fortune teller that scams people sounded cooler to me. That's kind of a cute idea. I like that. A thief fortune teller. I mean, I still was on board with like the whole card thing. Like I said, Twisted Fate was like one of my favorite LOL characters, so I like that. If you think about it, it was a Jin we summoned instead of a Scrit, and we actually got Guild Wars 1 artifacts. That would be cooler. I would Nair do well. I mean, I guess Nair do well. I mean, that's, I don't know, but yeah, something along those. I'm telling you, fortune teller uses cards infused with shadow magic. I would have loved that. I would have absolutely loved that. I will tell you guys, cards don't play any role in any of this. So someone that uses cards to do anything might still be in future elite specs, right? Because we don't use cards for anything in this whole spec. This has like, there's no cards used anywhere. And the icon was actually the collections icon, so it had nothing to do with cards either. So they can still make that work. But yeah, I'm saying, like, I feel like there's like they had like a different idea, and then they tried to like execute it, and they couldn't figure it out, and then they kind of were like, fuck it, let's just add script to it. Right? Like, that's what it feels like to me. And it's not necessarily bad, but then I feel like you need to go back and look at the original idea and maybe kind of adjust that, right? Antiquary's icon needs to be changed, though. The class doesn't have anything to do with... Well, it's not cards. So if you guys haven't figured it out yet, the icon, the script icon, well, they could have done the script. They could have done a billion different things. Like, the ritualist dagger doesn't make much sense either, right? Like, it really doesn't. They could have done anything. They could have done a little spirit that comes out or something, right? Like, they could have done anything but the dagger. But the thing is, the icon for the antiquary is not cards. It's the collections icon. Okay? The collections icon, the rare collections. The rare collections icon, this icon right here. This icon right here is what, and you guys can barely see it. I can barely see it. But this is the icon that is actually being used. I can zoom. How do I zoom? There we go. I zoom in. So this is the icon that's being used. It's the collections icon. But instead of having the little crown, they use the initiative. Because this is now, right? So, but this is about collections. It's about collecting items, right? Like, again, which is, oh god, it's so far away. Which again, it's fine if we're dealing with an antiquary that deals in artifacts. Because in rare collections, what do we collect? Usually rare items. So that makes sense to me. You know what I mean? The old Guilders 1 icon for Ritualist. Ooh, that would have been really nice. Urn? That could have been an urn. That's one way to integrate the urn into the spec, right? We don't have urns or ashes that we use in the spec. So it would have been kind of cool to have the urn in there. I actually like that idea. It's a great idea. I wonder if they considered it and realized it was way too close to existing IP. I mean, maybe, but it's like, I don't know. Every time you use your cards, a certain copyrighted song plays. That shit is literally only in reference to the player understanding the meaning. It has no meaning within the game universe. Yeah, it's, you know, and that's true. I mean, it's true. Some of the icons are just strange, you know? I really... The Gale Shot I get. The Luminary I don't get at all. Why is there a shield? Like, I get we're getting a shield as one of the things, right? But why does the Luminary have a shield? Like, the shield is only part of the spec, but it's not even a main part of the spec. It should have been that little fucking lantern thing that we have. Like, why is that not the icon? You have the lantern that doesn't even do anything, so at least have it be the freaking icon. You know? Like, that's weird. Paragon, just so you guys understand, in lore, originally, when you played a Paragon in Guild Wars 1, they didn't have helmets. Why do we have helmets? Paragon in Guild Wars 1 had crests. I have it up. I can show you guys. Paragon. The Paragon. Okay, we have this icon. This is the Paragon icon. And if we go back to the Paragon in Guild Wars 1, which you can do right there, see, they had no helmets. I mean, some of them did, right? Like, I will say some of them did, but that's in concept art. But in actually, like, playing it, they actually had crests. So when we look at armor, and it tells you right there, Paragon crests. They had these crests on their heads. Okay, this is what you wore as a Paragon. Right? This one is the best one, the obsidian one. Like a little moon. So I don't know. Most of the icons actually don't make a lot of sense. So some people lost bets because Paragon didn't have helmets. Do all the prior icons make... Well, the thing is, the prior icons are all very what's the word? Eh, artistic. They're oh my god, they're abstract. They're very abstract, right? When you look at something like the Scourge, for example, right? Like, oh my god, I can't even type. Oh my god, I typed that wrong. And I'm on Guild Wars 1 wiki. That won't pick up anything. So the Scourge icon. This has nothing to do with anything. This looks like two sickles next to each other, if anything, right? Like what does that represent? Right? That doesn't represent anything. Oh god. Right? Like, I don't know. There's like certain things where it's like I look at these icons, so I can see the druid with the sun and the moon, right? Because we have celestial. But there's like, you know, untamed. Like, what is this supposed to be? That's supposed to be an untamed animal or a mask or something? Like, I don't, you know, the dead eye makes sense, right? It's like a, you know, it's an eye, right? And it's like, oh, you're the target. Daredevil I kind of get as well because it's kind of about the dodging, right? You do stuff with the dodging. So some of them make sense and some of them don't. All of the elementalist ones are very abstract. Like this is a tempest, right? So you can kind of say, okay, that's like representing tempest. What the hell is this Weaver icon? I don't know. Catalyst. What the hell is this supposed to be? That's supposed to be the Jade Sphere. What? Why is it a diamond? Right. So some of them are just specifically many of the Path of Fire ones are very just like your concept art of something, right? They're very abstract. Virtuoso blades, you can see that, right? That makes sense. Reaper has a hood, right? Makes sense. This you can see an elixir, makes sense. Some of them make sense, many of them don't. What is that? I don't know what the hell that is. What is that? I don't fucking know what that is. So I don't know. Some make sense, some don't. Generally, I think there was not so much thought put into elite specs in comparison to the older ones. I think there was a lot of thought put into them, but I think they approached them differently because ArenaNet's new MO, as of like the last couple of expansions, and they've been really, really going ham on this, starting with like Genethia Wilds and like trying, like even now with Visions of Eternity, is listening to the player base. So I think what happened this time around is they wanted to listen to the player base on implementing certain things into elite specializations. Hence why we got the Ritualist, the Paragon, parts of the Dervish. Like, you know, they're trying to listen to the player base. And I think they're getting a little bit like, maybe there's some mix up in there. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there, but it represents the area. Always thought the Scourge icon looks like a Z. I mean, I could see that too. You spread out your influence into other areas. Which one are we talking about? Renegade is an arrow going through the portal. Okay, that makes sense. I like that. Looks like a beetle's face. Weaver represents two elements mixing. Okay, I can see it. I kind of like the risk they took this time around. I don't know why he was asking for Gamba Thief, but it's my top. And the thing is, again, I can't speak to how it will function in game. I think from what I've seen, it looks like it's going to be really good. Like, it looks really good. Like, there's a lot of burn and there's a lot of like different conditions on it, and it looks like it has a lot of like tools and utilities in order to do different things, right? Like, numbers can always be adjusted, but do we have access to a lot of different things that we can do? It looks like you can do a lot of different things. The animations are very interesting, right? Like, I think there's a lot of cute little things going on, and it looks very interesting, and it's going to be very unique, I think, in the space of Guild Wars. So in that sense, I'm not really against it. But like I said, I'm a person that deals in ideas and concepts, and they kind of lose me a little bit. Like, it seems like there's these opposing things. Oh my god. You guys hear this thunder? Jesus, it's like thundering really hard. Is it supposed to rain right now? It wasn't supposed to rain. Yeah, it's now. Now they're like, it's raining right now. I was like, it wasn't it's saying that an hour ago. It's like an area with size. Talking about Scourge. I mean, I get that. I mean, I can see it. So it's like a top-down view, and you're kind of spreading your influence. I mean, I get that. You know. Which is adhere best to a concept. Oh, I could. I mean, that's fine. I've been wanting to make like a tier list on. So I might make those. I might make that at some. I don't know if I'm gonna do it today because we're just kind of sitting here talking. We haven't even started watching the stream. But I might make that. I mean, I made a tier list the other day about the new elite specializations. And I posted that. By the way, just so you guys know, I posted that on X, and a lot of people responded with their own like completely different, and it was kind of cool seeing. I think I did mention that at some point. But yeah, I might do just a. I might do that like a tier list of all the elite specs. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe we'll do it once Visions of Eternity comes out, and then we can add that in, right? And we can have all 45 of those. Was it 45? What are we at now? Oh, we had Jesus. No, we had 36, right? 45 is the next step up. So I could do that. When it comes to we get used to icons and know what roles. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like right now we're staring at these icons, but how often do we stare at these icons, right? We don't stare at those icons too often. We don't see them all the time. Like I said, and that's what I was talking about in the videos too, right? Like right now everyone is focused on like, oh, what could this icon mean? What could it be, right? Like, oh, we're waiting on the reveal, right? But then when we go into game, we see it, we get used to it. We're like, oh, that's a fucking Paragon. He sucks ass, right? Like, whatever. You know, I'm just throwing stuff out. But I'm saying, like, we're not going to look into that, right? And in the end, what really matters is if these elite specializations can perform. But as you guys know, I like to do my immersion, and I like to create my characters around certain themes and stuff. So I like my themes and concepts, and holy crap, that thunder is so loud. I like to have my so if electricity goes up, by the way, I might restart the stream. Just so you guys are aware. I didn't know I'm gonna get a thunderstorm right now. So my area is very prone to losing electricity very easy. So if you guys see me go offline, it's probably because of that. Okay. Spectre wielding a scepter, come on. Wait, you mean on the wait, what? Also, that's a specter wielding a scepter. Come on, I don't know. I think the specter is the idea, the concept of the specter is great. I love the idea of like actually going into the shadow magic part of the thief, right? That's always been part of the thief. The thief always had this shadow art, right? Like hiding in the shadows kind of thing, right? There's always been that, but we're actually like now utilizing it as a magical thing, right? Like and like wielding the magic of the shadow magic, and that's really cool to me. The execution is where it failed, kind of badly, I think, in my opinion. Would take some coding, but I kind of wish the siege skill, the lead skill, Spectre healed you instead of attack the enemy. Are you lizards and thunderstorms? Can you guess? Lizards and thunderstorms is a pretty good hint. Think afternoon, thunderstorms, and lizards hanging out. Where did he go? He left. I don't see him. It's kind of dark over here. Hold on, let me see. Hello? 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 I don't see him. He ran away. Oh, wait, is that him? Maybe that's him. I don't know. I can't tell. Behind the screen. They should have went full into the siphon vampirism instead of torment poison. Yeah, I would have liked something like that. You know, Spectre is better nowadays, so they're getting somewhere with it. The scepter feels kind of iffy on it. Like I absolutely hate ally targeting. Ally targeting is just It's not good. It's not good, guys. I don't think it's good. I'm sure there's other people that are like, oh my god. I personally think it's not good. I don't like using it. I've really, really, really tried to get into it. When End of Dragons first came out, if you guys remember, some of my very first videos, actually my very first videos that I made on this channel was Elite Specialization Speculation, okay? And in those, I had a video where I made a Shadowmancer, which was a thief leaning into the shadow magic part and getting like a shroud like the necromancer. I think I'd like had that like right on point, okay? So when End of Dragons was announced, we got the elite specialization. I was like, yes, there it is, the thing I've wanted for years. And it just like didn't stick the landing. It was just like, in my opinion. No sky water whatsoever and 100 degrees. Oh, jeez. Perspective should have, instead of you don't really have to ally target as a support anymore, maybe with your autos. But that's the thing. The way that I play the game, it automatically jumps. Like if I'm pointing at an ally, it automatically starts targeting it. You cannot do action. You can't do action combat, action whatever, camera, action camera without accidentally targeting all these allies all the time. I mean, Spectre is the healing. What better way to heal eyes would suck the blood out of your enemies? Yeah, I mean, I get it, right? It should have been Neku's core blood magic, though. And it kind of does that, right? The blood magic kind of deals into healing. Shadowmancy's not that much about vampirism. Yeah, I mean, maybe the vampirism, like, I would still like to see some kind of vampirism. Again, it's a guys, on my channel right now on YouTube, you can watch. There is a video that I made of a concept of a vampirism necromancer with a dual wielding sword way before, I think before End of Dragons came out, right? I had that idea as well. I talked about a new shroud. The shroud gets red, and you would instead like siphon health in different ways from your enemies or something like that, right? So I kind of agree. I think Shadowmancy and blood magic are like not the same thing. But I just don't know if they really had hit the mark with Spectre. Ally targeting is like a callback to Guild One. I don't mind it. I keep on nearest target ally and just circle like, yeah, but it doesn't work on like, it really doesn't work on action camera, and that's how I play the game. You know, I play on action camera, and it doesn't really work because it'll randomly swap. If an ally just happens to walk by, you'll target it, and
You'll see people talking about like evoker and like water mage and dirt mage.
okay, that was weird. There's like a. Did you guys see the text overlay? I don't know. Oh yeah, it's annoying when it randomly swaps. I'm playing action camera as well, so I'm feeling your pain, and it just drives me crazy. Dragon Age Origins, Blood Magic is what I want for Necro. I don't think I ever played that. It gives an additional thing you can do as ability. I don't know. I think they should have done it with the way that Water Blast. I talked about this the other day, how Water Blast used to work. Water Blast, which is the staff water magic, water attunement, on the elementalist, right? You throw the the water blast, you throw the water blast, right? And it attacks an enemy, it does a little bit of damage, and it splashes healing around. Like, that's the extent of what that should have done. The ally targeting is so clunky to me. It's so clunky, and it feels like, again, I talked about this the other day, it goes into, it's so anti-ArenaNet, because ArenaNet always talked about not playing the UI, and then now we have to like kind of play the UI in order to make sure that we are targeting the correct friendly units that we're healing. Yeah, so I don't know. Anyways, let's keep watching.
And all these different sorts of things. So I'm kind of curious, when you're designing these sorts of elite specs, how do you emphasize that profession identity without totally homogenizing gameplay?
Taylor, you want to say something on the stream? So you can take the
Yeah,
first
I
question?
think so. There's a lot of we're getting to the point where there's a lot
Okay,
of
hold on. I just want to say something before Taylor gets into it, okay? So this stuff right here, a long time ago, before I was a partner, if you guys know, Chicken Nooble, good friend of mine, he's a partner as well. He was a partner way before I was, like many years before I was. And he used to regularly stream all the time. And we used to go on his streams and we used to discuss stuff all the time, okay? And I used to discuss the partner program with it because in my opinion, and I don't know if this is going to change now, and now that I'm part of the partner program, I will, I will see the other side of it, right? But my argument was always that I don't think they ever did enough with their partners, okay? One of the things that I used to say, okay, this is years ago, mind you, years ago. Remember how Ruby used to do the in studio? They used to do the the updates, and they had they had Colin Johansson and Cal and like Grouch and all the people there, right? And they would talk about whatever the fuck's going on, and they'd have she'd have her little cards and she'd have whatever next thing is going on, right? And they used to do those streams, right? They used to do them big during End of Dragons and all that stuff. And those were really, really cool. I enjoyed those. I think they were really fun. But my thing always was that I felt like they needed this outside perspective of having a player representation in the stream. Because you have a person like Ruby, who I like Ruby, nothing against her, but she's kind of following the script. She's like, okay, we gotta go here, 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 right? She keeps everything on track. And then you have like 2 to 3 people that are, mind you, again, nothing against the people, but these are nerds hanging out in front of a computer all day. I do the same thing, but I'm saying they do it for a living. They hang out. They don't have they don't have this community skills, like the talking to people and like hanging out and like they don't do that for a living. They're not in front of a camera for a living, right? They used to make fun of Cal for drinking like 75 bottles of water. Do you know why he used to do that? Because he was nervous as fuck. That's the reason why he used to do that. He would drink out of nervousness. Like you could tell. He would like sweat profusely and he's just like, really nervous all the time, whatever, being in front of camera. Like he probably wasn't used to that, right? So you needed this outside person. That was always my thing. I was like, man, you need like Mighty Teapot or Muckluck or like someone in there that like just kind of can be the bridge, right? Again, the liaison for the viewership, and just kind of be like, okay, well, we haven't seen what you guys are showing us, but we're here hanging out with you guys and giving your impressions one-on-one and maybe asking you questions. And this is exactly what I wanted, right? They're leaning into this a lot more. And I love this so much because it's like, use your partners. All of these partners are probably happy to be doing I know I would be, to be doing any of this stuff, right? To be doing these interviews one-on-one, to be hanging out and asking these questions and getting more insights and kind of connecting the community with the developers a little bit, right? You need that little bit of like connective tissue in between those, because those might not necessarily always mix, and that's okay. That they don't always have to mix, but you gotta, in order to kind of make that bond happen, you gotta have like this intermediate person that's in there, right? So I don't know. I just that's kind of, so I love this. I love that they're doing this. I hope that they're doing more of these, and I absolutely hope that they're gonna ask me one day to do it, because I would be so excited to do that. But nonetheless, even if I don't get picked, I probably will never get picked, and that's okay too. I will not be mad about it, because low expectations. You gotta lower your expectations, Raleigh. Lower your expectations so the outcome is much more favorable, right? So, that's why in my opinion, Scepter should just be kept as a support weapon and make autos like Water Blast. Scepter 3 with pistols should be ground targeted like Scepter 2, and Poof, Spectre is a great way to play now. I can see that. Yeah, I can see that for sure. Anyways, let's keep going.
And a lot of them
Look,
have, like,
can I just say, Mighty Teapot, like, I didn't do my hair, right? I didn't really like shave my beard, but like his shit gets rough sometimes. I sometimes look at it like, man, it's like, it's so itchy. Like, how is he not itchy with all that hair on his face?
that they
Jesus.
kind of like do the same as people point out. Like we already have an alacrity roll and you're going to alacrity this class. I think what we focus on is making sure that the gameplay loop and how the class feels is different. We're more focused on that. Like there are a lot of ways to play DPS, and so really want to make sure that each just like feels different when you play it to the other, and that's kind of like where my head goes when I'm designing something like this. Like when I was making.
They're so quiet. This is really quiet. This is kind of pissing me the fuck off. Is there a way to? Oh, I don't know. Why is all of this happening? It's so quiet. Where did I just type? I just typed somewhere. I can't just type in things. Okay, there you go. It's so quiet. Expectations or premeditated resentments. That's like a very... It's not bad, but it seems like a very dark way of looking at it in a way, right? I mean, maybe not. Maybe I'm understanding it in the wrong way, but I don't know. These settings are a nightmare. I don't want to deal with it. It's a catch quote. I don't know what that is. Rude. Meanwhile, all the female streamers are taking hours on hair and makeup. T-Bot doesn't really care. He looks like my brother. Yeah, and they would call the people. Yeah, I mean, it's you guys see, like I'm like in fucking like, you know, wife beaters all the time. Like I don't give a shit because it's like 100 degrees outside, and I'm like I used to dress up. I used to do my hair. Like I used to always like put like my colored wax in, and I used to get my earrings on and get my jewelry out. But I was just like, bro, I don't care. I don't care. But I still like, just for my own sake, I don't like having too much hair on my face. I don't like when my hair is like too long, you know, but I just, when I look at it, like, and nothing against him at all. Like, I don't think he's a bad looking guy by any stretch. Oh, you guys can't even see him. What to do there? I guess I'm gonna make this smaller so you guys can actually see him. But yeah, when I look at his face, I'm just like, yeah. So I just made the screen smaller so you guys can actually see Teapot. Hello?
The Gale shot for Ranger, where it's already like how Soul Beast.
All right, Trick is really
gameplay, so
quiet. I gotta turn this off. I can't
that
hear.
it feels different in what it does, even though at the end of the day it's still like a DPS.
Okay, I didn't hear any of that answer. What did he say?
Just like
Taylor, you want to say something on the stream? So
yeah, I think so there's a lot of, we're getting to the point where there's a lot of elite specs. Like each class has 4 now, and a lot of them have like roles that they kind of like do the same as people point out. Like we already have an alacrity roll and you're going to alacrity this class. I think what we focus on is making sure that the gameplay loop and how the class feels is different. We're more focused on that. Like there are a lot of ways to play DPS, and so really want to make sure that each just like feels different when you play it to the other, and that's kind of like where my head goes when I'm designing.
Okay, so that's interesting because a lot of people have been kind of complaining about, oh, this class doesn't have these boons and this elite specialization doesn't have those boons and da 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 da. But it sounds like they're not even paying attention to those things, and I like the approach because adding a boon to an ability or a trait is so easy for them to do, right? That's like a flip of the switch. But they have to, the thing that's the hardest to change is like animations and like the synergy between like how everything looks and like all these different things, right? Like is the concept flowing well with like, you know, they can't change all of the traits, so you got to make sure that most of those traits kind of like work together and all this stuff. So I like that approach because like I said, they can just add alacrity somewhere, or they can change quickness to be longer, or they can take it from this ability and put it on that ability, or they can do it from this ability and put it on this trait or whatever, right? Like they can move that stuff around. That's an easy fix. That's an easy fix. But the thing is that like they have to lay a good groundwork on like that they don't have to change a class at its core in order to make it the way that it's gonna feel good, right? I think he could use a thick lash. What kind of lash are we talking about? That's a great question. No, I like my pulsing Condi beam. I do like the Condi beam as well. It is not bad. I just hate the teleport back. It's just kind of weird. It feels a little clunky. Ground targeted beam. Yeah, why not? You focus on a specific area. No, that sounds stupid. I hate it. What lash are we talking about? We like the natural you. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like my ugly ass. I appreciate that. I would hate that though. I like the idea of shooting a beam at a target. I don't want to shoot a beam at a ground, like at like a target on the ground. I don't know. I don't like that. Dirt mage? Someone said dirt mage. A dirt wizard. A dirt wizard. That's what earth elementalists are now. They're dirt wizards. That's funny.
Something like this. Like
I don't know. Again, I don't deal with numbers. I don't deal with all this stuff.
There's already like how Soul Beast plays, there's how Untamed plays. So I'm making sure that it feels different in what it does, even though at the end of the day it's still like a DPS.
Cool.
Okay.
I think it is quite like it's a challenging thing because, you know, back in the day you used to have like banner warriors, so like their whole identity in PvE was to drop those banners. And now what at least I've seen happening is a lot more stuff is tied into traits. So like Luminary, for example, I know it's got that trait where like it reduces strike damage. Are you thinking about how you
What's
can
the accent,
make
you
things
guys?
feel
Or the dialect or whatever. How about it only ally targets those you mark? Ally target on marking effect like Deadeye. Marking many skill flips to enemy version, marking ally. I mean, I could see that, but you gotta remember in PvE, everything dies in 3 seconds. So you want to sit there and you want to target all these different things. And you got, oh, I know I got to target. Target change, right? Like, I don't know. For Deadeye, it doesn't matter. If your target dies, it's fine. You can just retarget someone, but you don't have to make sure, you know, because every time you target, you have to make sure that you're targeting an ally versus an enemy. What's the dialect?
kind of unique through traits?
Can't figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, traits are a pretty good place to define like unique gameplay. Obviously, we tie out into a lot of whether it's utility skills or the professional mechanic in the traits, but trying to give like those different play styles. And I know like a big feedback point that we've gotten a lot already just from the preview streams is that some of the specs traits are just not quite interesting enough, and I think that's a pretty fair criticism, and that's something that we're already kind of looking at for ahead toward launch.
Oh my
And
god, I
even-
don't know why my
there wasn't-
attention span is like non-existent. I don't even know what he said just now.
Yeah, I mean, traits
Like it's like
are a
me
pretty good
reading a
place to-
page of a book. I'm reading the whole like you guys see me like like I've none of it registered. My brain was like pew 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 pew. It was just bouncing off my brain.
define like unique gameplay. Obviously, we tie out into a lot of whether it's utility skills or the professional mechanic in the traits, but trying to give like those different play styles. And I know like a big feedback point that we've gotten a lot already just from the preview streams is that some of the specs traits are just not quite interesting enough, and I think that's
okay.
That's a pretty fair criticism,
That's the
and
part I
that's something
missed.
that
Okay.
we're already kind of looking at
Okay.
for ahead toward launch.
Okay, so first point here is they've listened to the feedback on some traits being really boring. They're talking about Paragon. Paragon traits are really stupid or boring or something. One of the things. I don't remember. I hate the dagger one. It's so weird. Yeah, I agree. Are we still on Scepter? You guys, this is like a whole discussion on Scepter. Could be kept 100% support. Just feels cooler. Basically, Thief needs a new offhand. That'd be kind of nice. Imagine you have a torch offhand and you can like channel dark fire through it on the Spectre. That'd be kind of cool. I would like that.
And even there wasn't a ton of time to get stuff in for the beta between the preview streams and the beta itself. We did get a slight tweak to the Luminary trait line, taking the Alacrity out of the Grandmaster slot and putting it into the Master tier, so that you could play with like.
Okay, so the Alacrity was taken out of the Grandmaster and put into the Master. Does that ring a bell for anyone? Because God knows I can't remember. That was like 3 weeks ago. I cannot even remember what I had for dinner last night. So, I don't know what that means. Is that good? Is that bad? Do we like that? Is that fun? Is that what we wanted? For Focus Offhand? Focus Offhand could be good. Or Thief Shield and you channel some kind of... How about Sword? Sword Offhand would be kind of nice. I would like that. I would like a dual wielding sword thief. Like as an option to do stuff, you know? Dagger Shield would be a poison bubble. Right. They basically they swapped the Alacrity to be in the Master trait, which gives you more freedom on picking their Grandmaster, right? Because I think a lot of people, when they see Alacrity or Quickness on the Grandmaster traits, a lot of people immediately go for that, because not only is that asked for in a lot of endgame content, right? You know, whatever you're doing, right? Like raids or strikes or whatever, right? But on top of that, it's also it's just very useful. Like Quickness and Alacrity are very useful boons. So I can kind of see where they're coming from with that, right? Yeah, so I think that's kind of nice, because it gives, if the Grandmaster is gameplay changing and it like changes pretty much what your build does in the overall scheme of things, it's kind of nice to have that flexibility of saying, I still want to have Alacrity on this build, but I want to pick like, you know, 2 instead of 3, right, for like my Grandmaster traits, because I like that flair more, you know? I don't know. It's getting hot in here. I gotta turn the AC on.
Like the more exciting heal trait with the Sovereign of Lights, or the more exciting DPS trait with Master at Arms. But, you know, we are still looking ahead toward launch, and traits are one of the like final things that really comes together with the Elite spec. We usually start with like, well, theming and then profession mechanics, and then traits are kind of the thing that has the least like downstream impact. We don't need a ton of art for them. We don't need like a ton of UI for them usually. So they are the easiest things to change, and things that we are potentially like. It's easier for us to tweak traits between beta and launch. So we're
okay. So this is something that I've suspected for a long time for multiple reasons. So what he's saying is that they design the traits pretty much as the last part of it, because there's not a lot of art that's involved with it. There's not a lot of animations involved with it. There's not a lot of, they can just, you know, it's descriptions and little pictures, and the pictures, you know, whatever, they don't need to change those. They can always have the little pictures and stuff. But the text can always change. The functionality can always change, and they can do different things. So they design those usually towards the later part of designing an elite specialization, which is really cool. I like that idea, because when I look at something like that, what that tells me is it kind of confirms something that I've wondered for a long time, is that, you know, when we see a lot of balance updates, many a times they don't deal with mechanics, weapon skills, you know, the F abilities, like that type of stuff, right? They usually go for traits when they change, like many times. And now they're doing less of that. I want to say now they've kind of tackled doing other things, but I think for the overall scheme, most of the time it's always been like either weapon skills or for the, you know, or traits. And I think that's just because it doesn't have that major impact on like animations and that type of stuff or whatever. It's easy to change those things, right? Alacrity minion build sounds tasty. Get to make my minions attack more often. The entrance can revamp if they want. A trade in death magic that copies your boosts to minions. That would be something. Actually, something that would be really boosting minions build. That'd be kind of nice. I would like that. Or some way to provide boons to your minions. Doesn't necessarily have to copy them to you, but like, you know, if you gain, you know, whatever boon, they get like a shorter duration of it or something. I mean, something like that would be kind of nice.
Kind of already looking ahead to that and planning some stuff around those. Because we have gotten like a pretty decent amount of feedback. Obviously, we want people to play with them and see like if you have the same thoughts, but there's been a decent amount of feedback on some of the specs that the trait lines are just not quite as interesting as they could be compared to some of the other ones.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
a good deal.
Speaking of that, first of all, I think I might be a tad loud on your stream, so you might want to.
I turned you down
just
on my stream.
good.
Mute
I
him.
don't know if it's still a problem.
Mute
Put it to
Snub.
0. I mean, that's fine.
Put it to 0.
Mute. Yeah, Teapot, go ahead. You had a question.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think kind of on that note, I think like one thing that people are really interested about, and definitely me as well, is like when elite specs are being designed, like how does the considerations of multiple game modes come into play? Like for example, I think Thief and I think Mesmer as well to an extent are examples of professions that sometimes like their class mechanic and the way they play out in previous elite specializations can be kind of weird. Like in World versus World, like Mesmer clones are a bit wonky, for example. Like Thief sometimes doesn't really have builds that make a lot of sense in World versus World. It's like, what's the consideration with like multiple game modes that kind of goes into these elite specializations?
Yeah, I mean, we consider all of them for sure. I think at first you like put, at least how I was designing it, I'd put together like a profession kit. I'd make like the skills I think, and then kind of evaluate how I think they'd play out in different game modes. Like if I'm playing like the Amalgam in World v World, what tools do I have? And then from there, maybe it needs a bit more. Put something there. Think about like in PvE, if I'm like fighting a boss, how is the general gameplay flow gonna go? So I think really we try and consider all game modes when we make them. Some abilities are like naturally better in some game modes than others. But I think trying to find the right balance and make sure we don't want a spec that like is just like completely useless in PvE, right? Like it could be like a monster in competitive modes and super fun, but in PvE it just falls flat. And we don't want the opposite as well. We don't want a spec that's really good in PvE, but we can't bring it into competitive mode just from the nature of it. So I think being mindful of all those things as we're designing is something we make sure to do.
Okay, I mean that's whatever.
Okay. Yeah,
Where
and
is Teapot? Is he
Oh.
doing some gameplay?
yeah,
Did he,
I
like,
was
get
fighting a
some gameplay
mushroom.
on his
I
stream?
just attacked a mushroom.
You're at the mushroom?
Yeah,
What's your
well,
name? Your character name?
I just named them the elite spec. Like I've logged onto my Guardian. I come to Lion's Arch to hang out with you guys. Called Luminary. I'm here. It's time.
Oh, I was gonna come.
Oh,
It's very
whoa.
easy.
Yeah.
Wow, look
Okay.
at that, look at those dev cheats right there, just teleporting right to him. Well, you could have just used the teleport to front, but you know. What's going on here? Ranger has a trade like this. Mechanist has a signet that passively copies your boons on your. Yeah, but the problem is that you're talking about like, you know, you're talking about one pet versus an army of minions, right? There's still a difference to that. So, and I'm not saying that those minions are as powerful, but if you have like 10 minions attacking your enemy and they all have the exact same boons with the same durations on them as you do, that might be a little overpowered, right? Like I feel like when Scourge first came out, giving allies might was so fun because it worked with minions. So we had minions with barrier and might. I hope that lingering spirits will eventually become a minor trait and they will turn that spirit explosion into a GM trait. You don't really want to explode spirits as a DPS and it's mainly used to provide boons, so sound much more supportive. They could make it so spirits heal allies when they explode as well. I would like that. I would like the there is this weird disconnect with like the F1 or the F abilities on the ritualist. Sorry. There's this weird thing with like the F abilities on the ritualist. Like I feel like they're kind of useless in a way because they automatically activate anyways when the spirit dies, and you can like command your spirit to die. So it's kind of okay. I'm sorry, I have to point this out. Does anyone else see this? So it's because it's like this is like a beta, but there's like a whole I keep seeing the writing, and I'm like, am I crazy? It's like all throughout. You can see it everywhere, like right here. It's so weird, and you can see it in the sky. It's like perfectly highlighted. Had Arena teleport to me before when I was breaking through the map. When they meta failed, they just asked what I was doing, and I truthful, and then they just disappeared. Okay, that's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that. Also, Healing Spirit could be an area target, so you could use it from range. And also, it was only made for originals with lingering spirits. Watermark might be to return if people leak it. I'm guessing it's a watermark, right? But it's like weird that it's like it's probably like an internal like ArenaNet address thing, right? Like this is someone's like account name on ArenaNet or whatever. Yeah, it's weird. There's still like that little bit of the ritualist I don't really understand. Like the F abilities don't make that much sense to me because it's like, well, once they die, they're automatically gonna cast that ability anyways. So why do we have that as an automatic ability? I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like I feel like they should do something else with it. But let us have the spirits around all the time. Sounds fun to have them. See, and I don't think that it's too strong because it's gem codes have translated. Do it. Enter this code into your Guild Wars 2. Do it. Let supports have an explosion to support on-demand things. I could see that. The thing is with the spirits hanging out, like the auto attack, I've realized they don't auto attack as much. Having those around all the time wouldn't be like all they would really have to do is adjust the cooldown of your abilities, say you can do to, to do something, but their auto attacks don't happen that often. They attack kind of slow. If I compare that to like other things, I'm like, that's really not that big of a deal. So
hey, you are reported, my friend. What is that?
Got some
cheating.
Goodness me.
Yeah, I did see a question in chat when I was talking about like trait reworks and asking about like, well, is there still room to do like profession mechanic reworks, even though there's like things that happened earlier and have like more downstream impact? I think that there's definitely still opportunities to adjust profession mechanics and utility skills and traits, all of the things. Like I gave this spiel a lot during the preview streams, but like we're very much expecting that all the elite specs are in a beta state, and there's definitely some that are being received more positively than others, and that's great. But
right.
We kind of had the expectation that none of them are finished, and all of them will be getting adjustments between beta and launch.
I like that. And, I like that they have that headspace. So that's good that they're in that headspace.
There's no real limit on what can change. It's like, obviously, if we need to go back to the drawing board, if a profession mechanic doesn't work at all, that is fairly concerning. But there's plenty of room to tweak profession mechanics. And, if something just absolutely doesn't work, then that's something that we need to figure out as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I'm going to call bullshit here. Okay? I don't think if 100,000 people were to go on the forums and say, you know what, Luminary doesn't fucking work, you need to redo the whole thing. There's no, I don't believe. I'm not saying that it's because they don't want to, but their higher ups would probably not allow them to redo an entire elite specializations, like an entire elite specialization from scratch with a new mechanic 2 months before the release of the expansion. There's absolutely no way for him to say that. I'm gonna call bullshit on that. Like, I don't know, but it seems like that's not something that would ever happen. Like, there's no way that they would now sit here when they need to have in 2 months' time the expansion ready to go, like as bug free as possible in 5 different languages, with all these voice lines, all of these animations, all of this stuff done, all of this art done, all of the text done, all of these things done, that they would now look at something and be like, oh, okay, well, and during the beta weekend, everyone said no to this, and so now we got to remake it. There's no way. That is super highly unlikely, yeah. Permanent AI creatures is afraid to listen too much to community that hates minions. If new elite spec doesn't give someone utility minion, I'll be upset. Yeah, I don't know. They could just nerf the scalings. I mean, they could, right? They could just adjust the numbers to what they need it to be. But they could do gradual changes that make it different. And that's the thing, right? But what he's saying outright, he's like, well, you know, we can adjustments, but if there is really if an entire spec, a mechanic of a spec is not working at all, then we can redesign. Then we have to look at and redesign it. I'm like, there's no way that ArenaNet would ever do that, because I feel like there's been moments in time where people have said this, like for example, which is way easier to do. But I remember when the weapons for Secrets of the Obscure came out, there was a lot of people that were like, nope, scrap it, redesign it, to like a bunch of different weapons, and many of them had good reasonings for it, and they didn't do that because that's completely not feasible. It's just not feasible, which is okay. It's totally fine, but saying that it is kind of like, are you sure? Because I'm kind of sure that that's not how that's gonna go. Like, I don't know. Nothing against them. Again, I'm not trying to be an asshole at all, but I'm like, I kind of was like, what? I don't know about that.
You know, there's going to be changes for sure.
But changes are good. So, but what I will say is that I like the headspace they're at, right? Like that they're in, right? They're in the headspace of these are all beta characters, elite specializations. These are all in beta. We haven't finalized them, and we're gonna make changes to them. I like that they have this open approach, this open-mindedness of listening to all the feedback. Because sometimes I will say, sometimes it feels like, I've talked about this before when we did like betas during specifically like, I think End of Dragons. There was one of the betas where it felt like it was like this weird novelty. Oh look, it's Lemon Moth. You guys see Lemon Moth right there. Lemon Moth was in chat the other day, hanging out with us. I love it. Lemon Moth. Oh my god, what was I saying? Jesus, my brain. Focus. Oh, so it almost felt like they were just doing it. They're like, oh yeah, here's the beta. But then I like didn't really listen to much of the feedback, and it was kind of like, it kind of felt like they'd already finalized all the things that they're gonna do with these specs, and they weren't. I don't remember which one it was. I don't think it was Path of Fire, and then the only other one was End of Dragons. So it must have been End of Dragons. But there's maybe it was one of the weapon ones that we got for Secrets of the Obscure, Enchanted Wilds or something. But I remember that there was like, I remember one beta where it kind of felt like they're doing it just because they were told to do it, but they weren't really gonna listen to the feedback because they're already finalizing all of this stuff, right? So short bow is nice on NG. I want to try it out. I haven't actually tried it out. I've been playing my NG a lot more, and I actually it's a Condi engineer. So I was like, oh, I want to try out Hammer, and then I realized I've never played Hammer on Engineer, and I was like, well, this is all power damage. Like, this is not gonna fly on my characters. So I had to kind of give up on that for a minute, but maybe I'll do power damage, whatever. Don't get me started on Bladesworn. Don't get me started on Bladesworn. Well, Mish King and I, we both play a lot of warriors. So, but yeah, don't even get me started on Bladesworn. I don't want to talk about it. Still shit to me for one reason. NG and PvE didn't really need anything, so they decided to make a support weapon for World vs. World PvP, but you can still play it on support mechanist or scrapper in PvE. NG has a lot of triggers on trades from explosions, and short bow needs explosion on the auto or explosion on other floor. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it works, so I don't have an opinion on it. I'm gonna be honest. So I'm gonna just whatever you guys say, because I don't know anything about NG short bow to really make an opinion on it. But one thing that I really like on the engineer, which the Guardian has as well, and that's something that Mish kind of talks about, is the the synergy that you get. A lot of the weapon sets, right? They have like explosions on them, and that kind of like deals with like some of the traits. I always like when there's synergy between the different systems, right? The weapons interacting with the traits, right? It's not a simple you get 250 vitality. Like, it's just dumb. That's just dumb. It's like, this is stupid. Get this out of here. Make something fun out of this, right? Like, I want cool little interactions, so I like that stuff. So with that recently, it's crap in PvE for someone like me that isn't a support player, so it can be used by PvE players like myself. Why must a weapon only be used by one type of player? You can't really make anything to be liked by everyone. This is why I hate when they make a weapon only usable by one type. You can still use it in PvE. I mean, you can use short before damage, but it's not optimal. Yeah, I don't know. I use it on mechanisms if I don't need too much to see. Again, I don't have an opinion. You guys can further discuss, but I don't know. By the way, I'm eating this this Quest cookie. It's a protein cookie. Tastes like ass, but that's fine. I don't care. My favorite flavor, ass. All right, let's go.
Skills, fresh mechanics, traits, any of the things, all the things. You know, how much we can get done between beta and launch is definitely something that we'll need to figure out as we're getting all the feedback and collecting the data from the beta. But
Okay.
you know, we'll get the most important things done first, as makes sense, and you know, we can still change things after the expansion is live, right?
Yes,
There are balance
that's fine
updates
too.
that are going to happen in the future.
On that note, speaking of changes, I know, and you've sort of alluded to this, there's a few, and people are going to spam them in the chat probably, but there are specific classes that people have some big concerns about, or they're concerned about balance in a specific game mode, or they think something should be tweaked. When you're looking at these sorts of classes and you're thinking, okay, well, there's sort of an established, you know, right now heal chrono is generally like really strong, and like heal druid is really strong. When you're looking at introducing, and I'm talking in PvE specifically, when you're thinking about introducing a new elite spec and you're thinking about that role, how do you design things so that they can compete with these other with these other classes without like completely stomping on them?
Isn't that just part of balance?
Taylor, you want to take this?
Yeah. Like I said before, when we talk about DBS, honestly, with sometimes support, it's the same, where just how they do it, the gameplay feel, is a big factor in how a lot of people choose which one they play. Specifically about supports, we know that there's a certain toolkit they need that people expect from them, and making sure that those abilities are there, where you want to do like some Aegis, some stabilities and kits. This beta will be pretty good for calling out what they don't need. We've done work on like support Spectre for a while to make sure it is with the other supports and like playability, as we talked about with Chronomancer as well, kind of taking a look at the profession itself and where its support lies and kind of adjusting it, so that, you know, both Chronomancer and Troubadour will be pretty good supports, but we want to make sure that there are times where one is the one that shines and others not. Chronomancer has like super powerful tools in it, especially with C-Split, and so making sure that that's what shines when you pick Chronomancer, as opposed to just like spitting out all the stuff you can, and leave.
I mean, I can kind of see where Mish is coming from, right? Because we're sorry, I'm just reading chat, so because Mish has a point, right? Like almost every other weapon, I want to say, has like some kind of explosion synergy in there, right? Where they kind of shoehorned it in, right? Making sure that does fit. And I feel like the idea of the short bow kind of it would fit having explosions on there. So I kind of get that, you know. And if it, you know, if it's overpowered, we can always adjust the things on there. But again, I don't know too much about it to really understand. Yeah, I guess it's just a FOMO, right? It's a new weapon and you want to use it because it's a new toy, right? But then it's like you don't get to use it because that's not your play style. But that's kind of part of how the game kind of works, right? So I see the other side of it as well, right? So you know, with the other with the other side is saying, you know, I kind of get that as well. It's like, well, you're not always gonna get weapons that are always gonna be part of your playstyle, and that's okay because that kind of means that, you know, maybe that's gonna be more for someone else, and you get a little bit of diversity in the things that people play, in the weapon sets and the elite specializations that people use, and that kind of stuff. So I get both sides to all of this, you know, and I just there's good things to good things and bad things to both sides, I want to say, but that's just how it is. I just the problem that I think that I see with engineer is that I don't know too much about engineer, and again, I'm not at all a like I don't have deep knowledge about engineer, but it feels like there are, so we got new weapon sets, right? We got the spear, which is good. I like the spear. I think it's fun. And then we got the short bow, which I guess fits into like a support role rather than anything else. But then we look at like other weapon sets, right? And like the pistols, as far as I can understand, they're not really good. And then the shield is not really good, right? So I think it's when we look at like, okay, we're missing out on this new toy because it doesn't fit into the playstyle that we play. But then we also have the other options are kind of limited because many of the options that we have just kind of suck ass in general, right? There's also that a little bit. So I think that's where the whole idea comes from, where we need to balance that out and kind of like look at these older weapons and update those and make those fun, like make pistol really fun so that we maybe have some synergy with explosions and it's like a nice condi weapon to use as like a long range, you know, or something, right? Like I don't know. So not every build needs to hit benchmark for you to have fun, and it's true. I mean, PvE kind of allows you to play whatever you want. Spear is goddamn amazing. Happy with it. I can't wait to unlock it again. Yeah, Spear is really fun. I've been playing a lot of Spear. I've been doing Spear and Rifle, which both I think work really well. So on the other side, I don't care about NG Spear because I only play NG in group content as a support. Okay. Talking about benchmarks, definitely in me. It's okay, not everything is for everyone. I'm happy that I could choose between Mace, Shield. Oh yeah, I forgot about Mace. Looks like we need to do content together. NG Spear with NG Bow, but you're EU. That does sound fun, right? Like, and that's the cool part, right? You get the ability to have, right, like, and it doesn't have to be the same spec that you're playing, right? So you could have like a Hollow Smith NG that's using a spear, and then you can use a mechanist support using a short bow, right? And it's almost like you're playing two separate characters. Like that's the really cool part about Guild Wars 2 and the elite specs, because the elite specs really make it kind of feel like almost a different class, like a different branch of a class, you know? So it's kind of cool like that. But yeah, I don't know. So let's move on from that. At least let me move on. You guys can do whatever. I'm not telling you what to do.
The Troubadour, for example.
Yeah, and I think something else that can kind of help with that, and I'm really curious in the perspective on this too, because this is a bit of a shift. I would say, back to the olden days, of course, the thing that I think is also going to help these elite specializations stand out is the return of some unique effects, like some unique modifier style abilities, which have kind of previously been removed from the game, broadly speaking, but now, of course, I'm logged onto the Luminary, and that's making its return with this kind of damage reduction effect that it can share out to the team, and even a very special thing where you can kind of like absorb damage from your allies as well, and taking it yourself. So I like, what's the thought on on that as well? Like, you know, unique modifiers.
That's a good question.
Back into the game.
I think we're pretty comfortable with like defensive unique modifiers more so than offensive unique modifiers because it's more of like a flavor of a way for the profession or the elite spec to support their allies, and it doesn't become a mandatory, you know, my raid's trying to maximize damage, so we have to have this specific spec because it gives a specific unique damage bonus.
Yeah.
It's more just like, here's a unique way that you can support your allies when you're playing the Luminary, or, you know, distortion
I like it.
share.
That's a good. I like it.
It's probably, you know, unlikely to live too long past the beta, but it's kind of interesting note that, you know, the game has been live for so long that every once in a while it is kind of worth reevaluating your assumptions, and the assumption is that distortion share is broken, and you know it probably is, but it's a beta, so
Played with my friend back in the day. My Connie Thief DPS with a Spectre Scepter support. Yeah, and that's what the whole point of having different weapons to choose was fun dumping rod on champions. Unique damage buffs are broken. As soon as we get some food stamps, cash, I'm grabbing me some combos. Ooh, combos are good. I used to eat them. My mom used to buy them all the time when I was like a teenager. My mom would always come home from work and be like, I brought you some combos. I'm like, fuck yeah, mom, love you. Because then people pick a spec for that one specific offensive buff. Yeah, offensive buffs, right? But I think he has a good point. Defensive effects are much easier to balance in PvE. Just wait for the launch. So many new unique buffs are gonna blow everything out. Distortion will break some things for sure. So it's a tough subject. I think they're gonna nerf that at some point. I think if they're gonna do like distortion sharing or something, if they're gonna keep that in, it's probably gonna be nerfed to the point where it's like a really, really short duration, where like you share it, but it's just like only like 1 second or something, or like not like half a second or something. 1 second is actually pretty long for a distortion, but like only half a second or something, where it's probably not gonna be like, I don't know if they're gonna completely take it out, but I feel like they're pretty comfortable with it being like, he kind of like dismisses it a little bit, it seems like. So he's kind of like whatever about it. But the I like the idea that we have defensive buffs, but they're not doing the offensive buffs, because that doesn't necessarily, like, if you're gonna be, look, it's Kroof in the back. So I don't know. I like the idea of having unique buffs, but they're defensive, because they're okay with it, because they can easier balance it, and it doesn't break the game as much, and it doesn't force people to use a specific thing. Because if it's just a defensive, that might not be as game breaking as like a offensive one. And I don't think that I looked at it like that ever. So I kind of like that approach. It's a good approach. I can see people asking specifically for it for Demos CM. Sorry, Saris. And then in it creates Demos CM, not Demos. Saris, where it ignores that distortion. Where it ignores that there's already legend to, even though difficulty option. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna do a Saris CM. Survive this boss without distortion and get rewarded. So there would be none. People complain a lot about older raids being too easy. I mean, I don't know. I think, you know, it's a matter of balance. Again, I think this is such a nuanced, specific situation where I get it. A lot of people are like, well, that's gonna be, you know, everyone's gonna need to have two troubadours because they have distortion sharing. So two troubadours and 10-man groups, we need them because they have that ability, right? Like if it gets to that point, I am fairly certain that ArenaNet is gonna nerf that shit into the ground or make it disappear. So I wouldn't like, because they've really stepped away from having that, right? That was like a huge thing early on during Guild Wars 2 where you needed specific whatever, right? You need like fire elementalists because you needed to blast fire fields in order to gain a lot of might. There wasn't a lot of ways to gain might. So you needed that, right? And you needed like warriors in order to blast the fire fields and stuff like that. So there was like a specific setup that you needed early on, and they stepped away from that. They've been doing everything to step away from that. So if that becomes the thing and if that becomes the trend, then ArenaNet, I'm sure, will like take care of that. Sure. Yeah, Druid's Grace of the Land. Yeah, and all the other unique buffs that we had. So you always need a druid in your party, and that's the thing, right? And they got rid of that. I mean, if that is what that turns into, like, I don't know why people are so hyper fixated on that one part of it. Because to me, honestly, like, if it becomes really that, like, once we play the beta and people are like, that's kind of broken and that's gonna be really like important to have in the group, if that becomes the norm, I know that ArenaNet immediately is going to take care of that and be like, well, instead of doing distortion, you get like a reflect. It's a shareable reflect. Like you get distortion, but you share like a reflect effect. Some weird shit like that. Or they're just going to do something completely different. I don't know. But I'm not too worried about it because I feel like it's probably not going to last very long if it is a thing, right? Like I'm not worried about it because I know ArenaNet is already aware of it.
We have this opportunity to bring it back as part of an elite specialization and say, okay, now it's, you know, only on an elite skill. We can adjust the cooldown of that. We can adjust the duration
pulsing
of the distortion
Aegis or
much more
something.
easily.
Yeah, Aegis.
Can it actually work in like this limited context as opposed to the way it used to exist? And the answer is probably still no, but you know, a beta is a great chance to try stuff out.
Yeah, with that in mind, I think a lot of people, when they saw that, they were like, oh boy, that's going to be really powerful, right? And people are very concerned about the balance, whether it's PvP, world versus world, PvE. They want to know what's going to, what might be broken. How can they express that feedback in the most effective way to the dev team?
Just keep it constructive. Like, it's not going to hurt my feelings or hurt our...
Isn't that what I've always say? Remember, guys, and I will reiterate it. I reiterated it, right? I will reiterate that and repeat it over and over and over again. I've done it so many times. If you guys have feedback, be constructive about it. Don't be, well, this fucking sucks and I hate you for making it. Okay, change the first part, leave out the second part. I said that yesterday, day before, something like that. Be constructive about it. Come up with a different thing, right? Say, I would rather love to see this instead of this happen when I press this button, right? Or whatever. And it doesn't matter if, like, someone else thinks it's stupid. Like, that's your opinion, and you're entitled to that, right? And it is an open forum. That's why we have forums, and it's open forums, and you can post stuff there. Or you can post stuff on Reddit. You can post stuff on X. I'm sure they see most, if, you know, if it's something that's visible, I'm sure they'll see it. We'll have feedback threads, right? Be sure to be constructive about those things. Obviously, I'm going to have my own feedback. I'm going to be streaming. I'm going to have my feedback on my streams. I'm not going to write anything up. So if you guys want to see him, I will be streaming on Wednesday. I will be here. I'll be making 9 different characters and we're going to be hanging out. We're going to be doing this stuff. I'm going to try to go through it fairly quickly as much as I can, but I do want to kind of try all the different things out and stuff. Well, I'm actually really excited to see the amalgam there. The amalgam is one that I'm really, really excited for. But yeah, just be constructive about it, you know? If they have to keep changing all these unique buffs into might, they're gonna have to change the might cap to 99. And that's the thing. I think they themselves need to get a little bit more constructive on how they're turning these into. Like, turning all of these unique effects into just boons simply seems like such a cop-out answer. Like, at least come up with something else. Make it a weaker effect, or make it something, or just completely take it out and make it something completely different. But don't just turn it into a boon. Like, rather than getting distortion, you get might. Like, don't do that, right? Like, that's just lazy. You know, that's just lazy to me. So, I can see Luminary being problematic in PvP and World as well. Retarded it. I didn't say retarded it. I said reiterate it. I'm not beyond hopping into the OP classes for competitive. You know what? Let me be honest, probably, like, I don't play enough competitive, so I would probably do it too, but I don't play enough of it to ever really do that, so. I never have, really. Don't worry, I will write a whole essay for them to read. Nice. Think of a stranger coming to your work and telling you how much you suck. You want them to tell you specifically what sucks and why. Well, and it's the way that you approach it. Like, I wouldn't want someone to come to my bar and say, hey, your fucking drink sucks. You don't know how the fuck to do your job. This is the way it's done. Not really the way to approach it. Be like, hey, so, you know, just, it's kind of the way that we talk about these things, right? Like, we're adults. We don't have to be mean and aggressive and offensive and whatever, right? Like, well, if you're on the internet, you should be an adult. You should be tried as an adult if you're on the internet, okay? If you're 13 years old, I'm going to treat you like you're 18, and you better behave that way, okay? Like, your mom gave you a phone, and she did that because she believes that you can behave yourself when you go on the internet. But I'm just saying, like, the point is that, you know, just, you know, be thoughtful about the way that you, you know, give them the feedback or whatever, right?
Our feelings if you say, wow, distortion share is just overpowered. Look at this. Look at all the things that break when I share distortion to my allies. And like, that's totally fine. That's like, again, constructive feedback. Once it like deteriorates into like, oh man, this is the worst thing ever, the game is ruined, you know, we still understand the feedback, and like it's still feedback that, you know, we read a
So
lot of,
you're saying we should
feedback.
say that then? You're saying that we should
You
should
not-
100%
should not
do that.
say that.
Yeah.
It is not really constructive, but you know, I grew up playing competitive games. You know, I streamed Guild Wars 2 for a long time, and you know, had some rants for sure. And so, like, you know, we understand that mindset. It's just not constructive. Is kind of the point.
Yeah.
So, like, if you want to have like more of a rapport or a conversation, just keep it reasonable. This is overpowered. Awesome. You know, this is ruining the game. Yeah, it's kind of on the edge. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. We've seen worse.
I've seen worse too.
You know, personal attacks. Not a fan. It's not really a
Also
good
not a fan.
feedback.
I have a follow-up question very quickly. It's actually from the chat. Somebody was talking about sort of the scope of changes, right? You said that kind of everything's on the table. There's different things that you can change. People are curious about, okay, like if a design of a specific class is like, or elite spec is just not well received, how far are you willing to change something?
I think a good example would be maybe looking at like Engineer Shortbow. When it came out with the Soda weapons during the beta, there were a lot of opinions around it, and I think we took a lot of them, kind of examined like what it did well and a lot of what it could do better, and changed it that way. I think some things that are unlikely to change are like core thematics. Like if you look at Gale Shot and you're like, wow, I just hate archers. This isn't for me. Where's my Beastmaster spec? It's probably not in scope to completely rework something that way. But that's
I think
crashing.
we've disconnected.
Yes, I have also.
Yeah,
We'll get
kicked out of their server.
back
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
When we are back in.
But I think,
Especially
you know,
I'll try to get it at once.
Yeah. So
as far
well,
as
yeah.
mechanics go, like if
We'll
something
look into
like
that.
feels clunky and you're like, wow, this just feels awful to use, then we can like go in and dig in and change a lot of things about the skill. So I think, like I said, Engineer Shortbow, it had the same look and feel to it, but a lot of the way it played was like completely different after we changed it, and I think that's a pretty reasonable of like the length we can go from now to launch.
Yeah, I think another good example, even like an elite spec specific example, was with End of Dragons with the Untamed, where if anyone remembers, like the initial beta, the ambush mechanic was not even in for Untamed. It wasn't something that we had planned to introduce in a future beta or for launch. It was like an idea that we'd been bouncing around internally, and it didn't really feel like we were. Oh boy. It didn't feel like something that we were going to use for the spec, but then we got a lot of feedback that just having the like unleashed ambush skill or the unleashed pet skills was not quite enough of a mechanic to make it an interesting spec. So we went back to the drawing board and like rehashed that ambush mechanic, and really now that got into the final test for.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I hate Untamed. I'm not a fan of it. I really tried to like it. I had a character that I made years ago, and I was like, I'm gonna dive into the Untamed. I'm gonna try to really like it, and it just doesn't click with me even to this day. It just doesn't really I don't really understand where they were going with it. I don't understand the idea of the ambush skills being part of it. Like I don't know. It seems so strange. So I don't know when he talks about that. I'm trying to kind of like consider. Okay, so having the unleashed abilities on your pet wasn't enough, right? Which makes sense because I guess at that point in time they were talking about just unleashing your pet and just making your pet stronger, and they were like, well, that's not quite enough. So we have to like, what about if we unleash ourselves as well, and like we can rotate between the two, right? Like it seems like they went back to the drawing board, but what they came up with was like almost worse in a way. Like I would have rather had they went like all ham on like unleashing your pet and doing something with your pet specifically and only your pet, and left the player like kind of alone, right? So it kind of feels like, okay, they went back to the drawing board. I'm like, yeah, but then he came up with this like weird answer to that. I don't know. There's something strange. Oh my god, I didn't realize Chad was going further. I was like scrolled up all the way. I was like, wow, it's really quiet. No one's saying anything. No, I was trying to be very specific for both doing beta when I prepared in my head. If you can't beat him, unrelated, what is that drink? Well, I don't know. The drink I was talking about it wasn't anything specific, but I'm just saying, like, if I had someone coming up to me and saying like, hey, one of my best drinks that I make is a Cosmopolitan. Okay, I make a really good Cosmopolitan, and if someone were to come up to me and be like, hey, this Cosmopolitan sucks asshole and I hate you for making it, I'd be like, okay. Like, I wouldn't even take that to heart at all, but I also wouldn't consider their feedback, right? But if they were like, hey, so I think it's a little bit on the sweet side, or it's a little bit too limey, or it's a little bit, I'd be like, oh, okay, well, can I remake that for you? And I'll make it adjusted to your liking, right? Like, I will always do that, So I totally get where they're coming from. I like Untamed. Well, I'm glad you like Untamed. I hate Untamed. I used to not like it until it's my favorite Ranger spec currently. Well, you're all peasants, and I hate all of you. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. That's fine. I mean, if people like it, that's totally cool. I'm fine with that. But I will definitely enjoy Gil Shot the most. Just got a feeling. My Untamed is my open world character. I also haven't played a ton. Just didn't grab me the first time it came out. I play a ton of Soulbeast. Soulbeast is fun. I like Soulbeast. I just did Condi option. Maybe next expansion after Visions of Eternity will give a Ranger a new Condi weapon. I mean, there's a Condi Untamed build. I think, the drink you were actually... There wasn't. It was just an example. There was no actual drink that I was even thinking of. It was just an example. Oh, that I'm imbibing? That I'm drinking? Right here? Listen. It's just water with crystalline. Yeah, it's just some crystallite. It's this is black. This is peach black tea crystallite that's in there. So it looks like I peed in the bottle and I hadn't hydrated in a long time. Just water with some punch. Yeah, no, that's what I'm drinking. It's just water with. I like to drink. I like water, but the thing is when I drink water, it has to be ice cold. And when I sit up here, it gets really warm. So, or not warm, but it gets like room temperature, and I don't like drinking room temperature water. So I have to have something in it. If I'm drinking ice cold water and it's just sitting on ice the whole time, I'm totally fine drinking that the whole time. But when I'm streaming, when I'm sitting up here, it doesn't stay cold, you know. So I want to put something in it. That is see your doctor. Levels of dehydration 100%. I'm drinking water with watermelon strawberry power mix in it. Power? Do you mean powder mix or power? Is it power mix? Does it give you power? I like stuff with flavor. I can't drink plain water. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The thing is, there's nothing more refreshing than drinking ice cold water to me. Like when I work out in the yard, and I do like yard work for like 2-3 hours, and it's just like sun's beaming down, I'm like sweating, and I go in and I just inhale an entire bottle of water. There's nothing more refreshing. It's like, this is so good. And if I were to put stuff in it, I'd be like, this isn't as refreshing. Just pure water is like, it feels so good. Power. Water discussion, dude. Listen, water is the best. Okay. My BF makes fun of me for for not wanting to drink room temperature water. It's so gross. Like room temperature water, like it doesn't taste right. Like ice cold water is like the best, man. Oh, it's so good. It's important to just. Well, the thing is that I put a little bit of crystal light in here, so this is 95% water. Like this is literally 95%. This entire, and I drink about. I don't know. It depends on the day, but I drink quite a few of these, so I'm fairly decently hydrated. I tell people that have energy draining stamina issues that straight up water is better for them than energy drink garbage. Not literally fluid, just don't drink distilled water. Is that what I'm drinking? No, I'm drinking. No, I don't drink distilled water. Distilled water is disgusting. I drink purified water. Well, right now I'm drinking purified water. It's the only water that I could get, but I like drinking spring water. I'm a spring water. My favorite water to drink is Zephyr Hills. Okay, it is the best water, hands down. Flavor powders don't make water suddenly unhealthy. It just changes the flavor. Well, that's the thing, right? You're putting like a little bit of like either you spray it in, right? You have the liquid you can spray in, or you have the powder. I use the powder, but you only put like this much powder in a bottle, right? And it dissolves in there. So it's like this is still a whole bottle of water that I'm drinking. I'm just adding a little bit of flavor to it, you know? There's like no calories to it. It's probably killing me in some way. There's probably microplastics in it or whatever, right? I don't know, but it's probably killing me in some shape or form. But it's better than drinking a Pepsi, okay, or a Coke or whatever. My dad had a genius idea to put distilled water into a coffee machine to not have tartar form inside of it. Yeah, I don't use distilled water really for anything. Such a weird thing. I was just saying there are people that think powders makes the water unhealthy. So just clarifying that it doesn't. You can get sick from drinking distilled water, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. I stay away from it. I think distilled water is weird. Like I said, I'm spring water all the way. Specifically Zephyr Hills. If I have the choice, I will always pick Zephyr Hills, okay? Always. To me, it's like the best. Like I went to literally today. I went to the gas station on my way home, and that's where I got the cookie I was eating and stuff. And as I happened to turn into the aisle, I saw there was like Zephyr Hills water, and I was like, I'm getting that. I was like, I'm buying that water right now. You're definitely not supposed to drink distilled water. Should I do it right now? Should I go out and buy distilled water and drink it and die on stream? This water available waterfall untouched by human interference. I mean, well, sure. I guess that probably like from the mountains of the Himalayas. Like, I'm sure that's the best water, but I can't, anything for the subs, man. That's right. I'm like, all right, guys. If I get 2 subs in here, I'm gonna drink distilled water. I will not. Do not sub. Do not sub for that. He was speaking in a manner like he's a genius. Isn't it always fun when people think they're geniuses and they do something stupid? It's called natural selection. So you then let them drink it, even if they're family members, it's fine. If they're stupid, they need to die. So let them just die. Let them pass on to the next world. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Water from an iceberg. Yes, from the Antarctica. It's the freshest, cleanest water you can get. Jackass taught us nothing. It taught us a lot of things. It taught us a lot of ways to get hurt. A lot of ways to get hurt. I like that icon. I like that background. That's a cool background with the dagger. He literally put a whole bag, a big ass tank full of distilled water in the kitchen. Jeez.
So yeah, to kind of push that a little bit then. So for example, Luminary having core virtues. That's something that potentially could be looked at, or something else is going on there. Or maybe Conduit could have, maybe something could be added to Conduit, or something could change there in a way, like down the line. But the actual thematics of the spec is will remain the same. So look, if you guys like Scrit, you're in good hands if you're looking at the Antiquary.
Yeah, these are the things that you mentioned are things that we're already kind of thinking about.
Yeah.
Especially like Luminary. We talked about this a little bit on the previous stream, but like the core virtues were actually something that felt kind of like they were doing kind of the right things for the spec. So we want to just like add the Radiant Shroud on top of that and see like, is this an effective elite spec? But we are already kind of thinking about, well, okay, we could make Luminary specific versions of the core virtues where they're like slightly different while still maintaining like the useful things like the AoE heal, the conduit removal, adding that Aegis from Courage, but then maybe it's like Radiant Courage instead, or Radiant Resolve, and just has like some extra Luminary flavor on top of that. That's totally possible.
Yeah, okay. Sounds cool. That's for sure. We love to see that.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. The way that this sounded, and I kind of, it's funny because I was kind of in the same boat. It sounded like he stopped listening about halfway through what Cal was saying. Like just the faces here. Like look at Cal's face and like it was like he stopped. He's like, yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's good. That's good. We like to hear that. It almost sounded like I don't know if this is true, but it sounded like he was not listening, and it was kind of like, I mean, I got the point that he was trying to get across, right? But I kind of stopped and I'm like, yeah, okay. It taught us man can break literally every bone in their body and still walk around like shit's fine. Jackie Chan also taught us this, to be fair. Yes, please make Luminary virtues. This would be great. See, they should have picked you instead of Teapot. What? Why? Because I don't know how to listen? No, I don't know. They need to leave the Luminary virtues alone. Cause like I said, so what I liked about the Luminary, that was actually one of the things that I liked about the Luminary, is that because I like that there are some specs for elites or some elite specializations that take the core mechanic and they do something with it. And then there's certain elite specializations that take the core mechanic or that don't do anything with the core mechanic and they leave it alone, right? And I like that. I actually like the idea that sometimes we have an elite spec that does deal with the core mechanic and sometimes we have one that doesn't deal with it, right? So when we look at something like Virtuoso, it deals with the core mechanic of having clones and shatter skills and does something different with that, right? Specifically the clones, it does something different. You now have blades instead, right? So you're not getting the attacks from the clones anymore, applying whatever conditions or whatever they need, but you now have 5 of them that you can have at once that you can use, right? So that's kind of cool. I like that. You know, where you have something like the Chronomancer, where it does like something, you know, it adds like another thing to it, or bad example, the Firebrand, right? The Firebrand taking those virtues and actually giving you different abilities based on which virtue you're in, right? Like, that's really cool to me, right? You have like certain specs. So specifically talking about the Guardian, every spec has done something different with the virtues. So I kind of like that we have a spec that doesn't do something with the virtues, because not every spec has to do something with the virtues, right? Like the Dragon Hunter changed what the virtues did, right? The Firebrand changed what the virtues did. The Willbender changed what the virtues did, right? And that's the main mechanic of all 3 of these, is that they changed something about the virtues. So I like that we're getting a spec that doesn't deal with it. They're leaving the core virtues there and they're doing something else. I like that. I think that makes it more interesting, because if we have another one, because there's only so many ways that you can change those core virtues to be something interesting. You know, it's like, I'm sure there's other ways that they could do it, but I just like the feeling of having something fresh like that, you know? No, Leastwick has ever not touched the core mechanic. Only, but that's not true. That's not true at all. That's not true at all. No elite spec has ever touched the core mechanic. Look at something like Daredevil, or look at something like Vindicator-ish, Mirage, 100% Mirage. Mirage didn't change anything about the shatters. All it did was give you a different dodge. And then you have something that comes out of the dodge, right? Like, that's the mechanic of the Mirage, right? There's certainly been ones that don't touch the core mechanic. All elite specs should change the core mechanic drastically, period. Fully disagree this time. Technically, all Ellie's elite specs just add something on top of the core mechanic. Druid, it doesn't do anything to pets. Yeah, and that's the thing. Druid doesn't do anything to pets. It just adds like a kind of shroud to it, right? You have like a Celestia avatar that you go into, but it doesn't do anything with the core pet, right? Like, if you go through, you will find that there is certain ones that don't necessarily change that, right? Like, it's like Mirage doesn't change anything about those, so it doesn't really change anything there, right? Like, I'm sure there's others that I'm not thinking of right now, I feel like. I mean, most of them do, I will say. Some the thing is, I can think of a lot of them that kind of touch on the core mechanic but don't necessarily change. Like, I'm thinking of like Spellbreaker, for example. Spellbreaker doesn't really do anything with the core mechanic of using the adrenaline, but it then adds a different gimmick to it and does like it does something else with it, right? Like, it now uses that in a different way. So it's like, because you're saying I wanted to completely change what the core mechanic does, but there's so many elite specs that don't do that, right? Like, there's so many elite specs that don't change altogether what they do. I mean, when you look at something like Catalyst, for example, Catalyst doesn't touch the core mechanic. It just adds in the Jade Sphere, the F5 skill. It adds it in there, right? It doesn't change anything about that. It just adds, it gives you another button that does something different. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of them that might interact with it. Like when you look at the Weaver, for example, it doesn't change the core mechanic, but it just kind of changes how you interact with it, right? You can change your attunements, you can still do that, right? But now it's like you can attune to two of them at the same time, right? But the mechanic of still changing your attunements, like that's still. I think the Guardian is the one that does it on like a more extreme level when we look at like Firebrand or something, right? Where it like completely changes what those do, you know? Forgot that the Mirage Shatters weren't changed, honestly. All Revs Elite specs, they don't really change the core mechanic. That's true. Well, the thing is with like the reason why I said like Vindicator kind of is because you have like still the idea of you get like a little bit of energy management in there, and you have like the alliance thing, so it's almost like you have like a third legend, right? Like Vindicator has like a third legend that you can kind of use because you have two legends that you can kind of swap between. So there's a little bit there, right, where it like interacts a little bit with the swapping. It just kind of adds more to it. But like Renegade, they don't change the core mechanic, but they do something else with it. Again, right? Like we get the weird what are they called? The Citadel skills or whatever they're called. The Order skills or whatever they're called. Where you can do certain things with it on the Renegade, and then the right, the Herald. I was like, it's something with an H. The Herald has the virtue, the facet of nature thing that you can do, but again, the core mechanic stays the same. So in a lot of them, they might add to it, but the core mechanic and a lot of them do stay the same. They don't fully change them all the time. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying I don't disagree with you on the part that they should. I think a lot of them should look at the core mechanic and completely change it. I like that, right? Like I would love to see that a lot more. So yeah, I still think Spellbreakers could have 3 levels of burst skills still and do the full counter. I think so too. I agree with that. To be honest, Luminary needs something else for virtues. Core Guardian virtues are boring as fuck. That's my opinion. Well, the thing is, I think what that boils down to is that the Luminary Shroud just doesn't feel very exciting, right? Like if the Luminary Shroud was really exciting, really cool, I think a lot of people would look over the fact that we still have the core virtues in it, right? But because the Shroud, the Luminary Shroud, feels a little lackluster, it kind of makes that like a sore point. That's like, we have the shitty Shroud or whatever, right? Like I'm exaggerating. Like we have the Shroud that a lot of people might not like or whatever, right? That's kind of unsatisfying. And then we have the core virtues, and they didn't even do anything with that, right? Like, but I think if we had like a really, really good Luminary Shroud that was really, really solid and really good and fun to play, and had like some cool gimmicks and mechanics in there, I think a lot of people would be okay with having the core virtues in there. I don't really get why Spellbreakers are nerfed to only have 1 level of burst. Yeah, it's just because when you use your full counter, you get like your burst skills get like recharged and stuff, so you can kind of just like keep pumping it out, like you can use it more often or whatever. So I guess or whatever. If you're not virtue changes illuminate something, would be interesting if that lamp had some kind of aura effect when you use a virtue. Yeah, like paladin auras, we discussed that before. That'd be nice. Also, there are 2 GM traits that are tied to using virtues, which is something that is not even touched by the elite spec, which doesn't make sense to me. And I didn't know that. Like I said, it's been a few weeks now that I didn't really look. So yeah, that kind of again, to me, and when you look at my look at my tier list, like Luminary was in the very bottom because Luminary, even more so than the Antiquary. Like the Antiquary was kind of exaggerating, I feel like, a little bit earlier, where I'm like, oh, the ideas are all over the place. They are, right? But they still kind of, for the most part, make sense, right? There's you, like I said, you can still kind of build the bridge between, but it's not like a straight path. you kind of like need to like navigate a little bit to make it make sense. Where with the Luminary, they kind of lose me like altogether, where I just kind of feel like I kind of feel like they didn't hit on any of the marks. On like concept, they didn't hit on the marks. The icon doesn't really fit. The traits don't really fit. The mechanic is kind of weird. We're leaving out the virtues. Like all of these little things, not any of them hitting the mark, kind of makes the whole spec like really mediocre to me. Like in a weird way. I don't know if that makes sense, but there's one trait that grants AoE alacrity to allies when you use virtues, and using weapons abilities recharge your virtues. Another one is the other way around. Using virtues reduces your weapon cooldowns. Yeah, that's really strange, right? Like, if you're not doing anything with the virtues, why are those Grandmaster traits? That's a valid point. You know, like why don't we deal more with the shroud? Why don't you change, like, we talked about this before, right? Mission, we've talked about this many times before. Have those Grandmaster traits change skills on your on your Luminary Shroud. Why are we not changing the skills on the Luminary Shroud? Like change some of the skills on there based on which Grandmaster trait you're using, right? Give me a damage dealing one so that you go in there and you have like, you know, your 5 skill now does like a ton of damage or whatever, right? Like it doesn't matter which weapon you're using or whatever it is, right? Or have one that's Condi or one that's healing and just kind of like, oh, you could even do healing even if you're not in staff and you're using the hammer or whatever, right? Like have it deal with the actual mechanic that you're introducing. That's what it, in my opinion, I think the Grandmaster trades should always interact with the core mechanic of an elite specialization, in my opinion, right? I think the best example of that is the Mechanist, where the Grandmaster traits change what the mech does, right? Is it a long range attack? Is it a close range, like a melee attack? Like, you know, that type of stuff. It kind of changes the gameplay of it, right? And it changes kind of how the whole spec kind of operates, and I like that, and it should do that, you know. Yeah, as wild as the craziest antiquary looks, there's a boon build in there and crazy Condi DPS. I still think that there's deep down somewhere there is something that makes sense there. You know what I mean? I for one can't wait to test my Condi Antiquary build out. Yeah, like Luminary Hammer is the burn build, Sword is a power build. There's interesting GM for Luminary. When you use an ability to shroud, you explode in light aura if you have it on yourself. And that's fine. I mean, I like that, right? But like, that's one like I feel like a lot of people will gravitate, people that don't, casual players that don't necessarily understand the intricacies of the game and the little like what are meta builds and what is good and what is not. I think a lot of people will automatically gravitate towards that, because I think that when you're looking at a new spec and you're unlocking a new spec and you're like, ooh, I have the Luminary Shroud and blah, 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 you're going to look for those traits that interact with that Luminary Shroud, right? Because you're just like, okay, so I went from like doing the one thing to now doing the other thing, and the other thing is having a shroud. I want that to be the cool new thing that I'm using, right? So people will automatically gravitate towards that Grandmaster trait. They don't want to look at virtues. They're like, I already have a whole trade line that deals with virtues. I don't need that. Like, I don't want that. It's kind of, and also having them lower like weapon skill recharge and stuff is really boring. That's like a really boring cop-out trait. Like I said, I really think that the Luminary is one of the worst designed ones in this whole artillery of specs. Illuminate them, make it shine. Yeah, I mean that'd be kind of cool, right? Like dealing with light aura, because we have, you know, the Elementalist has a lot of like aura builds, right, where you can share aura and you can do like, you know, when you give someone aura they get a boon and blah 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 blah. Why can't they do something like that for the Luminary, where it now starts sharing light aura, and if you share a light aura, or if you apply a light aura to yourself, you apply it to your friendlies, and if you apply a light aura, you give this boon or that boon, or you do this or that or whatever, right? You like get increased stats here, get increased whatever. I don't know what all the trades do, so I'm just kind of talking out of my ass. But
I've got
yeah.
a bit of a curveball question. Well, it's not that big of a curveball. I'm just kind of curious about the design process in general. I think there's a lot of people. I was reading sort of Reddit comments, Discord comments, etc., where people were saying that they feel like there were some elite specs that maybe there was like a sudden shift in direction, and that's their perception or whatever. But I'm curious about the actual design process. When you sit down and you're like, okay, we got to create some elite specs. What does that look like? Do you pitch a whole bunch of ideas? What happens exactly? How does it go from 0 to elite spec?
Exploding light auras for healing.
You want to take this one, Taylor? I'm
Yeah.
talking to some people.
I think for
Trying to
me,
fix the stream excitement.
started with like concepts of like, for some of mine, I guess going back to Gale Shot specifically, I had always known, I'd heard feedback from like new players, or like, I want to be an archer, which one is the best for me? And it's always like ranger, but then when you get to the end game and you pick your elite spec, it gets kind of like muddy again as to which one's the best. And like, I knew going into this, I want to make like the signpost archer.
Okay, so again, nothing against Trig, you know, nice guy, but I'm seeing some issues with that design philosophy because we're now trying to substitute because he's saying I've seen feedback of new players coming into the game wanting to play an archer, and so they pick a ranger with a longbow, and then when they get into the end game it becomes muddy again, right? That's literally what he said. The issue is because longbow is really boring and you guys haven't updated in a long time, and I don't think that there's other weapons that synergize better with some of the elite specializations that they have put out, right? And I guess Gale Shot probably synergizes better with the longbow because it's a bow specific build spec, right? But I'm saying like there is something deeper to that, right? Like if you had longbow as a really, really good DPS weapon, people might gravitate towards that, and they might say that there already is a really good ranger build. So it seems almost like you're kind of using that as your excuse to make a good ranger build, right? I've talked about that on the video when we talked about the luminary, or Jesus, when we talked about the Gale Shot. And in my opinion, it was at that point I was like, this is actually when I was making my tier list. Actually, when I was making my tier list, we were talking about this. And I said, you know, I can't rank like everyone is ranking. I saw so many people ranking Gale Shot as S rank, but I can't rank it that because it just feels like another bow. It's just an excuse of like, this is like half of the stuff that the Gale Shot does on this, like, you know, on the magical bow that it gets, whatever the fuck it's called. That should already be on the longbow anyways. That should already be accessible, but it's because you guys haven't updated the skills in 12 years. You haven't added any new animations. You haven't done any of that. You've only focused on the same weapons over and over and over again. Specifically for the ranger, it's been sword, right? They've like if you take any of the, like I feel like, and I talked about this the other day too, ArenaNet has always like kind of picked one weapon for every profession over the 13 years, and they've always like looked at that specific weapon and like updated that weapon to like know, like it just always is that weapon. It's like, why are you always focusing on that one weapon? Like, you have other weapons, right? And yes, they have updated, you know, they have updated Barrage and they've updated certain things, but it's like, it's not just about changing the numbers. Sometimes you gotta have some new animations. Sometimes you gotta move some stuff around. But like, they did a ton of that for the sword, for example, on Ranger, right? They did that all the time. Like they did, you know, the snake attack and the bee thing, right? Like they had all that, and they moved all these around, and they did that numerous times. They changed it around, and they changed what it did, and they did it all the time, right? What the auto attack does, they changed all that, right? Like all of that was changed. I'm like, okay, you've done that for that weapon, but there's a plethora of other weapons that you need that for, right? And if you would have done that years ago and updated the Ranger bow, maybe we wouldn't be in a situation where we would need to add a spec that feels like an actual Ranger spec with a bow. You know? I don't know. That's just my opinion. Uh, 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 New players won't be doing shit with Gale Shot. I feel like I guess that's true too, but I mean, you can start unlocking those like as soon as you're level 80, so I don't know. They might go for that right away. Replacing core class with elite specs that were supposed to give a different flavor to the core spec. Yeah, I don't know. You have to get to level 80 and 250 hero points unless Arena has some trick up their sleeves. I think he meant that new players create a ranger because they want to play an archer, and then they get to level 80 they get into level 80 elite specs. I know my point still makes sense. And then they realize that you don't really use bow as a ranger most of the time, and most of the builds are actually melee. And that's the issue, right? That's kind of the crux of that. And if someone just hit level 80 as a new player, that'd be a game changer with so many elite specs. Now I think the rest of the game needs to go balance everything around that. The core content would be even easier for them though. This is why it needs to revamp core, like me and Raleigh keep saying. Yeah. Also, let core be core and do expansion content when you're max level. Elite specs are the part of the experience, and I get that, right? Like, but I still think that I don't know. I still think that I don't know. Because I see the point that you're trying to make, where it's like, well, let core be core, whatever, right? But the problem, the issue with that idea, let core be core, is that the core right now, the way that it's been left in the state that it's been left, it is now unofficially called the tutorial of the game because it's not part of the main game anymore. I see it as part of the main game because I'm a loser and I like to play around in the fields of Shaymore with the bunnies. Okay, but for most regular players, like once they move on from that core experience, it then goes into okay, right, like we're now going into the actual game and we're now actually playing the game, right? Like the expansion content and all that stuff, right? But the thing is that people go into it thinking they're going to have one class fantasy, and as they move on, then they understand, they go into the ranger elite specs and they're like, none of these are actual like ranger specs, right? They're not technically ranger specs, right? They're ranger specs in the sense of like they still have a pet and they still kind of work in that sense, but the archer ranger that you would get in like other games and stuff is really not there anymore, right? And then now they're kind of which it should be because it's technically part of that fantasy trope. So now instead of like making the longbow good where you can use it throughout those and still have that class fantasy, right? They're now substituting a whole elite specialization to make that happen. Like they're not even changing longbow. They're just saying we're going to give you a temporary new bow and then you can play a good archer. It seems kind of like a weird cop-out answer to me to just fixing longbow in a weird way, you know? It's like I said, a lot of people are like, oh my god, I get to use 3 bows? And I'm like, yeah, great. You can only wield one at a time, though. It's not like you have three sets of arms that you can use, where you can shoot bows from everywhere, right? Like, I got a short bow, I got a long bow, I got a magical bow. Like, it's not how that works, right? Like, you only get to use one at a time. And I can guarantee you, Gale Shot, the gameplay will be around, and I've said this, the gameplay of Gale Shot will be around trying to maximize the usage of that bow, of that third bow. Like, you want to have that as much as possible because it synergizes well with maybe using another bow, using another long-range power weapon, which would be the longbow, but the longbow just doesn't compare to other weapons. So it's kind of crap. So you gotta maximize the usage of that bow and kind of staying in that bow the whole time. So it's just kind of like, I don't know. It kind of seems like a weird substitute. Like, we're just not going to talk about longbow. Don't worry about it. Just stay in that one bow and you'll be okay. It's weird to me. It's just another bow. It doesn't add really that much to anything, you know? If you mess with core content for people using elite space, that would discriminate people who chose not to buy an expansion yet. and these people would have a hard time clearing through content. I just think there needs to be some kind of balance. I don't know if there really is such a thing as balancing around elite specializations, because elite specializations nowadays, I don't think they're that much of a step up from like regular core specializations. Like, yeah, there is a step up, but I don't know if that would really destroy, like, if they would be, if they're that much better than the core, right? Like, I feel like they've really, I think for some there's something there and for some there isn't, but I think there's some classes, like, you can still play core warrior, and it obviously elite specs are always going to be better, I think, for the most part, but I don't think that it would, if we're talking about like core PvE, you know, going through the 1 through 80 core Tyria, like, I wouldn't say it's not really about balancing. What I'm trying to say is it's not really about balancing based on professions and what the different professions do, but I think what it comes down to is just updating it in general. Like, it just needs an update. It just needs to be looked at really badly. Like, it just needs something. It needs some kind of live, you know, like, take some of these new systems and these new ideas and these new mechanics and these new whatever, right? Skills and all these things, and kind of like put those into the core experience. It's not necessarily about like balancing them one way or another, because I don't, I think the core experience should still be fairly easy. I don't think it should be really challenging. So it's not necessarily about increasing the difficulty of it, right? But it's about making it more interesting and making it more reflective of what the game is now in the expansion content, because it is not anymore. Like, it's the core is still stuck in 2012, where the expansions, you know, keep moving on and keep moving on and keep introducing new things, new mechanics, new types of systems and whatever, right? Masteries specifically, and the core doesn't really do anything with any of that stuff, right? Which maybe it should. I don't know. Yeah, but they make changes with the core class in mind as well. Even though short bow is Condi, I'm gonna do a Gale Shot build where you use a short bow, long bow, cyclone bow. Just, what does your ranger use? Bow, which bow? Bow, all of them. All of the bows. Yeah, I generally agree. Core tier repeatable hearts. Oh, that would be nice. I would like that. I was wondering if you're saying that people should be allowed to use elite specs before 80. I'm saying, yeah, I don't think that. I think the way that we have elite specs at 80 is still good. Because the way that the game is right now is, a lot of people, by the time they get to level, we had this, there was actually a comment, and I want to see if I can find it, because it was actually kind of wild, this comment that I got, and I can't believe I didn't talk about it. And again, I don't want to call out this person at all. Okay, I don't at all. Like, nothing against the person, but they had this really weird, oh, you guys can see my mouse, but you guys can't see what I'm doing because I'm on a different tab. That's interesting. I'll pull it over. No, I need community, and I need to look at, there was a comment. Okay, I want to show this, okay? And again, nothing against this person at all, but it was a very interesting take that the person had about this. It was really, really, I was like, whoa, okay. So let me just pull it up here for you guys. So this is my studio, my YouTube studio. I just want to make sure that this is, pull it down. Okay, so this person right here said, one of the things I'm looking forward to most, and you guys, so just so you guys understand, when I did the early replies, the early reply that I did here, I was at work and I couldn't actually sit down. I later on sat down and I did the long response. But here's one, just talking about core, because it's on my mind and I want to talk about it. So one of the things I'm looking forward to most is what they've teased of the first patch being for improving the game. I'm really hoping they work on the onboarding process, as I think it's one of the biggest hurdles in getting into Guild Wars 2, and any MMO with years of content getting thrown at you all at once. And I agree with that. You know, that's not a bad take, right? I think we can all agree on that Guild Wars 2 is kind of rough on the onboarding process, right? So, again, like I said, the core experience of Guild Wars 2, the early 1 through 80, isn't very reflective of what happens in the expansions anymore. Not to mention with how unemphasized the level 1 through 79 part of the game is, it needs to be communicated to the player that they really don't need to stress about the leveling part. And that's a weird part, right? Because I don't think that anyone stresses about the leveling part, because the leveling has been made so easy that I don't think anyone stresses about it. You just go through and you just level. I don't think that it's necessarily like a stressful situation to get to level 80. Like, it's not, you know? So I don't know, maybe I'm misunderstanding that. It's an extreme solution, but I think the leveling part of the game should be removed or minimized. Replace it all with the mastery system and side quest instances and core zones unlocked with completing X amount of a map. Then give players pre-made build templates for their class so that they don't feel too overwhelmed, and let them start working through the story or their elite specs or CORSAIR masteries from the jump. Retire all the level item prefixes that just confuse people. As for crafting, what do you guys think about that take? Because that was a really intense take. Okay. Starting off as a weaver would be a benefit. I think starting off as any elite spec is a benefit, because the elite specs are there to kind of improve upon the gameplay that a core profession already provides, in a way, right? It changes it, but I think it also improves upon it in a way, right? So, hi Tammy, how are you? So this was a very interesting take, right? Like, this is kind of, I'm like, okay. So I couldn't really, like I said, I was at work, I couldn't really play, and I think, so I said, I think they should improve the leveling system. Getting rid of it, though, I don't think that would be a good idea. They need to definitely work on the core experience of Guild Wars 2, okay? And then this person replies by saying, my thinking is that the first impression is level 1 through 79, is the journey, and 80 is the end game, as most MMOs have a much longer leveling period than Guild Wars. Guild Wars 2 is an exception to that, but the presentation doesn't really explain that. Though admittedly, all I have is anecdotes. Still, we both agree CORSAIR needs love. And then I wanted to kind of bring my point home, because I just kind of said, well, I don't think your idea, you know, so I'm always, you know, because what I always say when someone puts a statement out, I'm like, defend that statement, right? You can't just like put out a statement and just leave it there, right? You have to kind of defend it. So, so this is what I wrote. This is a long one too. Just so you guys know, this is a little bit of a longer one, because I got home that day and I was like, okay, I can finally write out all my feelings and just let it all out, right? It wasn't anything against that person. They just had an idea, which is totally fine. We all have ideas all the time, but this was my take on it, right? I think getting rid of the leveling would be a huge mistake. Guild Wars 2 already doesn't have a gear treadmill, and that does seem to be a turnoff for a lot of MMO players, since that is what they're used to. Many people don't understand that you set your own goals in Guild Wars 2, like fashion and legendary weapons. We also have the issue of the level 80 boosters. How many posts have you seen where people use those and then they're completely confused on anything and everything? If we take the leveling experience away from the players, this would happen to 90% of new players. Just giving them random builds and random gear sets and just having them have all of the skills unlocked and just setting them into the world of Tyria would create massive confusion. The core game does a terrible job of explaining, well, anything really, but if we take an incredibly basic and incredibly easy to understand system, like leveling from 1 to 80 away from the early players, it would do more harm than good. Many of the even most basic systems in Guild Wars 2 can be overwhelming to grasp for new players, but I think we can all agree that something like leveling, number go up, meaning I'm better now, can be understood by anyone. This helps show them that not everything in Guild Wars 2 is different, and at least some of the more basic systems of an RPG that any gamer is familiar with. I guess I didn't finish that whole thing, but anyways. I completely agree that many of the gear sets, runes, sigils, and now relics are very confusing and a waste of time, including early gear sets like you said. I think it all boils down to ArenaNet needing to update the core experience of Guild Wars 2. The early maps need to do a better job of showing how to utilize one's tools like CC and such for defined bars. Think of the monastery training grounds. And the core maps are just in desperate need of some love. The mastery system is a hot mess in itself, and I think it would also provide more confusion since it's not as basic as a leveling system. It requires certain understanding of core systems of the game that, if one is just dropped into the world of Guild Wars, would be so overwhelming to understand. So yeah, I think getting rid of leveling is a mistake, but indeed the actual early game experience is in dire need of a big overhaul. I think ArenaNet will come to that same conclusion, and as of the last few expansions, they have been working on overhauling older system, looking for Group being the next one coming up, so hopefully this will be on the horizon at some point. So I wanted to point that out to you guys, because I thought it was a very interesting subject, and a very interesting take on that. Oh, this is not the thing that we're watching. Where's the thing we're watching? I do agree with the game having recommended builds. Recommended builds are fine once you're level 80. The thing is, the problem is if you're throwing a recommended build at someone, they don't understand. The thing is, you need to understand your class at a core somewhere, right? You need to understand what the different elemental attunements, how that works, right? You need to understand that your water is going to be your healing, right, and sustain, and your earth is going to be your condi, right, your bleeding and defensive and that type of stuff, right? Like, you need to understand those things, right? You need to understand what your virtues do on the Guardian, right? Like, I don't think anyone that gets dropped into Guild Wars 2 will immediately understand what it means to have these virtues, what the passives do, what all that stuff does, right? And 1 to 80 is kind of supposed to be that path of, you know, you're slowly unlocking. First, you're unlocking weapon skills. By level 11, you can now unlock utility skills. By level 21, you can now look at trades, right? It kind of gives you a little bit of a ladder that you can kind of step up and you can learn a little bit more, right? It gives you one trade bar to work with, right? Which means that you're not thrown 3 trade bars and you can interchange them and change all the things and you have all the stuff unlocked and you can do all the, right? It doesn't throw that. It throws one at you at level 21 that you can play with. And you have to unlock them as well. So it throws it at you, but it's like, oh, now for now, you only have the first 3 available to you. So you can kind of pick and choose which one you want to pick. You're like, oh, okay, for my playstyle, well, with this weapon, actually, this goes better. Like, because I go in combat and I'm fighting as Jotun out in Snowden Drift, and I notice that this trait actually works way better with this weapon that I'm using, and I'm really liking this. This is a great way to play this game. Okay, and then you move on, right? And you kind of evolve from there. You kind of learn as you go. I understand that some people are very confused by it, and it doesn't do a good job of explaining it, but I think completely taking that away is a huge mistake. New players are already confused with everything. It's very crazy. One change I think needs to be implemented with leveling experience. 20, 40, 60 for trade lines instead of the weird as 21, 45, and 71. Yeah, it's weird, right? 71 seems like such a late... So 20, 40, 60 I can agree with. The 71 is so weird because it's so close to the 80 that it doesn't really... It should definitely happen before that, I agree. I want to see new, more convenient and linear way to get ascended gear. I don't like the recommended builds. People wouldn't read what different trades do. Yes, of course, at max. Well, again, I think the game is supposed to... What the game is supposed to do is explain to you that this is a recommended build, but to not use this for everything, right? Like, there has to be, and that's why I think putting an emphasis of 1 through 80 is so interesting and so important to a new player, because let's say a person goes through 1 through 80 and they're now level 80 and they say, okay, well, I want to you know, I want to look at these recommended builds, and they go to Silver Waste and they have the character throw, you know, I'm just throwing that out, right? But like, have a recommended build and it changes everything on your bar, and you're like, well, I wasn't using that before, right? Like I like the weapon that I was using. So now you're forcing me to use that weapon, right? There's a little bit of that too. So I think there needs to be something where it's like, well, how about you try this out? Do you enjoy this? So like a temporary thing where maybe you can say, no, I want to go back to my old stuff because I like the way that the setup was. But that maybe they can try this out and kind of see it, right? Like, um, I think actually having a training area, right? Like something in the mists where you go in and they're like, okay, we gave you a preset thing because we just want to show you what this is like. Like, I think many MMOs do this, and I kind of like that. Where they, when you start the game, you're fully equipped, you have all of the things, and then something bad happens, and you're actually taken out of that, right? And like you're now back to like your regular. Like I remember in Aeon, it was like you're having a dream, right? And you're in your dream, and you're dreaming of the future, and you're dreaming about how amazing you are, and you fly around Ion or Aeon or whatever, right? And like something like that, where kind of in the early parts of the game, it throws you into a setting where you have all this stuff unlocked and be like, this is something that you could have later on, right? So kind of giving you an idea of what your bar could look like later, and then throwing you back into the real world where you have your one skill and that's it, and you kind of have to go from there maybe. Like, I don't know, I'm not a game designer, so but there has to be a different way that we onboard people into the end game and have them experience the 1 through 80, because I think a lot of people don't understand that the 1 through 80 is this tutorial to getting to the end game, right? They're just kind of running around. They're like, I'm amazing. I have loved using a dagger the whole time on my Necro, and I'm going to be using that in end game. And then they jump into like, you know, a strike mission, and someone is like, you're using a fucking dagger, get out of here, and they get kicked, and they have no idea why, right? There's like a huge disconnect between point A and point B, and I think it's ArenaNet's job to find a way to connect point A and point B. They already do it in League of Legends because of third-party apps and now game systems as well. Yeah, every character I made an ESO, I immediately turned recommended builds off and did my own thing. Yeah, I always do that too, but that's the type of players that we are, Mish. We're just very different that we approach those games, and we can't expect other people to play that way as well, you know? They just tell you what runes to take and what items to buy, and I'd say 80% of people just buy whatever pops up at the screen as a recommended item without analyzing the items and discovering themselves, you know what, this actually fits better from a playstyle. People have such low attention span, especially since level 80. My assumption is that most people don't read trades when making a new character after leveling 1 or boosting, so it should be pushed in further to not read trades. The character creation should be like a Miss Vault, place to preview professions and elites. I agree with that 100%. 100%, Tammy. That's a fantastic idea. I absolutely love it. Really getting into like the character creation and having like a, let me try this profession out and let me try the elite, and even like you said, I think you bring up a really great point on that, where being able to preview the elite specializations is so important as well, because the elite specializations change what a profession does on such a deep level, in a lot of cases, at least. Some cases not, but in a lot of cases. So it would be really nice to be able to say, hey, at least preview some of the skills and some of the things, or let me watch a little video about it where I can see some someone in action using some of these skills, right? Like showing you, you can, you know, at level 80, you can spec into the Dragon Hunter, and, you know, as a guardian or whatever, and you can now use a longbow, right? And you can use traps and kind of become this like ranger type, you know, but with like a magical, you know, bow, like a magical light bow or whatever, right? And like you use these traps and da 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 da, right? Like kind of show that and be like, oh, okay, because I think that's again an important part. Every other MMO does this. Every MMO that I've ever played always lets you preview what your branching paths later on will be, and a lot of people base their like journey off of that, right? Like they look up what all these different classes are. I do that all the time. I start a new MMO, I'm like, oh, what class am I gonna play, and what can I play at endgame? What are, you know, is there like branching like specs, and like can I do different things, blah blah blah, right? Like people look for that, and I think there's something really missing there too. So that's a great point. What would they what their skills or traits do if the game just gives them things? Training area and side talk needs to be put in every starting map. Yes, I 100% agree. At least have something like that. Have a heart in every single one of the starting maps that is like the monastery training grounds, where you have to go through if you want to do map completion or you want to level up your character. You have a heart, but you have this training area where you learn at least have some kind of tool. I'm not saying that this is immediately going to fix all of the issues that we have with people not knowing how to use CC to do the define bar, how to dodge, how to do, finishers, all that stuff, right? Like, I'm not saying it's a magical fix, but at least it's a little bit of a way to lead people into understanding that there's deeper systems in the game than just sitting there pressing 1, right, against an enemy. Character creation should show a short video about elite specs similar to those from trailers with the description. 100%, it should do. I absolutely hate that there is no mention of elite specializations whatsoever when you create a character. I think that is so, and it's to such a detriment, because that can sell expansions, right? Because someone might jump in and they might see, okay, I'm gonna create a character, right? It's the top right, you get to pick one of the 9 icons or whatever, and you click on it, and then you get the option, like, it changes, right? The whole picture, you click on a class and it changes, and all of a sudden you now get to now it goes into character creation. But instead of doing that, it actually pops up the other icons of the elite specializations, being like, well, with the the Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire expansion pack, you can get this elite specialization and this elite specialization, and with the End of Dragons expansion, you can get this elite specialization. Like, and they look at it and they watch this short video about it, and all of a sudden they're just like, oh, I really like that. I really like whatever the fuck, right? Like, I really like the Firebrand for the Guardian. I keep going back to that. I don't know why, but I really like the Firebrand. I really like the idea of the Firebrand. Oh my god, I might have to get the expansion if I want to play that. Like, I think that is a normal thing in MMOs nowadays. Obviously, there's the counter argument of saying, well, this might turn off new players because, immediately they see that there's like a paywall to it or whatever, right? I can see that counter argument too, but the idea is that I think new players should be let in on the idea that there is something past level 80 that actually changes the way that you play the game in a very major way, right? Like, I think that's important. Or the training area in Queensdale needs to be moved to starting area of the map. But that isn't even good. Like, that's not even a good training area. Like, there's 3 separate things that you can do in that, and they're not even good. So I understand where you're coming from with that, but I think we need the monastery training crowns is more what we're looking for, or the ones that they had in Lowland Shore too. That'd be great advertisement for the expansions, or the argument overstimulated, overwhelmed. But I don't think that would be overwhelmed, right? Because it's like, it just shows you the option, like, because whether or not you want to accept it, that is the future of your class, right? You can be ignorant about it, and that's fine, and you can just say, no, you know what, I'm not worried about it now. Like, that happens at endgame. I'm just gonna play the core class, and you can just move on. But they at least need to have the option in there of like, hey, this is the reality of, like, if you get the expansions, like, your gameplay is gonna change. You're gonna see changes in your class because of these things, right? Like, you're gonna be able to get the Gale Shot when you get the Visions of Eternity expansion, and you're gonna be able to wield this really cool Cyclone Bow, and send birds into battle, right? Like, and just flock your enemy with birds, right? I mean, if that's just a description of the class, I mean, if there's just a description of it, they could do that too. I like the idea of having a video, because I think a lot of people, specifically gamers and stuff, they're more visually stimulated. So you can sit there and read about something, but it might not make sense in your head. So it'd be nice to have some kind of short video. So it'd be nice to have like the option of having, like, you click on a class and it pops up with like the 4 icons of like, these are going to be your lead specializations, and like, you can at max level, you can decide to do whatever with these, right? And it's like, oh, okay. And it's like, and then it says down there, click next to start creating your character, right? And it's like, oh, okay, this is just a little preview, right? It's like a little screen that you can go through, right? And it has it has the icons, and it has some small little videos that you can click on, right? And it has like, you just click the play button, and it shows like a minute-long video with like a voiceover of a character saying like, oh, if you're the Gale shot, you can wield the bow of the Tengu, right? And it's like, it doesn't mean anything to new players, right? They're just like, what the fuck did I just watch? But it kind of gives you a little preview of like, oh, I can do that though. Like, if I want the bow fantasy, there is an elite spec for me later on, so maybe I want to get that, right? Like when you choose Troubadour, you play music and heal allies, right? Yeah, shot gonna flock you up, yo. I don't see anything overwhelming about it. Meaning, I'm just arguing the point that there are tons of people out there who would say that. I mean, maybe there is, but I think that those people need to shut the fuck up. No, I think that I think there's more positives to it. Anything and everything that you do is always gonna have pros and cons to it, right? But I think there's gonna be more pros to it that and they're overwhelming the cons to it. I think, right? And I think it would make the way that the classes are presented right now is very elementary to me. It looks very basic. It's very like, oh, okay. When it's actually so much deeper. It doesn't at all, the character creator doesn't at all dive into how deep the character creation actually is, right? Like, yeah, you create your character and you choose what it looks like and you choose the background to blah blah blah. But when it comes to your specific class, like, there's so much to it. And they don't, I don't think they highlight it enough. They just are very casual about it, which is fine because the core classes were kind of casual about that, right? Like, there, when the game came out, there was an only 1 to 80 experience, and there wasn't much past that point, you know. But now it's become this, it's grown so much into like something else that needs to be highlighted. And that's the thing, they don't even have to make new videos. They already have videos. Just post those videos in there. Boom, that's it, right? They already have videos made. So, anyways, I don't even know how we got on the subject, but we're gonna continue now.
So thought about mechanics. I came up with like, I knew like I want to like summon.
Oh, we were talking about the ranger,
anything behind
archer.
it, what any of the skills did. I didn't know the theming, and so just kind of going onto that, and we have like little bits of concepts, and then I think this time around we had like the concept of like the Tyrian alliance to tie everything in, and then we were like, okay, where can some of these be from? Some of them we were like, there's a region, and we're like, what it makes sense from that region, where it had like Ritualist and Paragon, and other ones we had like, we knew we had an archer, and like, okay, now which one can we put that in? And so we were like, oh, the Tengu, perfect fit, and then kind of designing around that.
Got it.
So sometimes it's like you start with an idea, concept, and then mechanics like fall under that. But other times maybe you have like mechanics that you want to do and then build up. Like for the amalgam, I kind of had this idea of, you know, I wanted to take.
Can I just say that the ones that I like the most seem to be the ones that Trick has designed, which tells you that I actually like him as a designer a lot. Because he says like, well, when I was designing like the Gale shot, when I was designing the amount, like those are like a couple of the higher ones up there, right? I don't know who designed like the Luminary and the Antiquary and stuff. I don't know if that was him as well, but the two that he now mentioned are the like two of the ones that I think are like up there. They're not the best. Like, Gale shot is far from the best in my opinion, but they're good, right? Like, and I think they're well thought out.
The utility skill system in Guild Wars, I think it's amazing.
Better than
like, what
some
if
others.
We just did it even more, like push it further. And so did that for Engineer, and then we're like, what is the narrative wrapper that can fit around this?
The slime.
So, yeah, the mercurial
really
mold.
Cool.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like different for each spec, like where it starts from. Like some of them we do, like we want to bring Ritualists, so it's like, how do we do that?
Yeah, and potentially there, you know, I imagine there are other considerations as well. I feel like Paragon
Give me 1
almost
second, you
represents.
guys. I have I just got a message here. I gotta look at this. Wait, what? I Oh, I just okay, weird. Okay, my phone was like okay, so weird. My phone was like making this weird. There was a post on Reddit and it looked like it was like blowing up for whatever reason. It's not. It was like multiple different posts on multiple different things, and I had nothing to do with anything that I was looking at. So I don't even know. Did he do Evoker as well? I don't know. Probably CMC. I didn't say it. Gale Shot and Amalgam are the best in terms of design for sure. Everything about them just makes sense. It there's like I said, it just feels like there's connective tissue between the different things, right? There's an idea, a concept, right? Like they have an idea and they build a concept around this idea, and then they kind of they really kind of made it work in a lot of different ways, right? They were just like, oh, we're gonna add the Tengu because it's gonna be like feather based and wind based and da da da, and like it kind of just all the pieces kind of come together. But when I look at the Luminary, like I said, it just kind of feels all over the place, and the Antiquary in a not so much of that, but also kind of feels like that too. So yeah. Okay, I gotta keep watching because we still have like 2 hours to go through.
It's
and
kind of the
I've
other
been
end of
at it
that.
for 3
For
hours,
example,
so.
like many players have kind of wanted to have like a shout heal warrior, right, for a long time. It's always been a concept that's been floating around a little bit, obviously, and has even found good success, particularly in competitive modes. But you know, Paragon is very much here to kind of provide that core for a support build that can function within the PvE environment as well, right? So yeah, is that something that's also thought about a fair bit as well? Like, so you know, not only the thematic gaps that might exist within a profession, but also potentially kind of like I suppose the functional gaps, if that makes any sense, like within how people approach the game and the metagame and
Yeah,
stuff.
that's completely right. When we were doing Paragon, we definitely wanted support warrior. There's not a ton of gaps like that left in the game now that we have like so many weapons and elite specs, but it was like a glaring hole, and so we're like, we need to do a support warrior spec. There were different ideas how to do it, and eventually we landed on the Paragon.
Okay, I like it.
Cool.
It makes sense.
We should be back. I was able to log in.
There are some really like hats off to the chat. There's some really constructive, really good questions. I'm going to try to kind of combine two questions that I've seen. There's sort of this general sentiment that some of these elite specs are like so well designed, which should be like a really positive thing, that you kind of look back at some of the old ones and you're like, man, that might need a bit of a tweak, right? You know, I'm seeing questions where people are saying, you know, Antiquary seems like it'd be kind of cool at range, but Rifle is like really dependent on Malice from Deadeye. And then I hear people saying,
so if you're DPS Troubadour, you literally have a not so useful element of having the healer Shatter. I don't like that. Yeah, Shatter we could ignore. But you can for a buff from trades, but there's a trade that makes all shadows do tormenting fusion, so that'll be fine. So you spam a class mechanic to only proc a trade. Is there a trade like this? Works for me, that's nice. Okay.
oh man, Gale Shot is like so cool and how the longbow thing was implemented, but you know, Bladesworn has like a similar thing, but it can't weapon swap. When you think about sort of the direction of this design, how on the table is it to sort of go back and revisit some of these old elite specs to give them like a little boost to the same level where these new elite specs are?
Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. Looking out about like the last balance patch, there were a lot of reworks completely to things, and I think that's something we're looking for, like to do a lot more in the future. So things you talk about how Rifle is only good on Deadeye, so maybe making it so that other things can play, looking at the issues there, tweaking some things. A lot of
And that's really good, right? We talked about that. Bringing weapons, making sure that weapons can be used in with multiple different elite specs, and also that they can be used in multiple different situations and different roles and stuff like that. And maybe having the traits interact with them a little bit more. And I love that Snap brought up Bladesworn, because that is such a glaring. I think it's one of the elite specs. There might be bias because I'm main warrior and I have for a long time, which might change if Paragon doesn't change. But But I think it's been one of those that's been really glaringly, like, obviously been ignored by ArenaNet for a long time, and that really kind of bothers me. Where they kind of like they left it in this clunky, shitty state, and no word about anything like that. So I'm glad that that was brought up, and I'm glad that Trig said like, "Hey, yeah, we're looking more at that now than we were in the past," which is good. Which kind of leads me to believe that because I think the last two balance patches have been really well thought out, and they are going in the perfectly right direction. I think that it will lead to some of those um not necessarily like reworks, but necessarily changes that we need, I have a feeling that they will buff Ranger's longbow as well. I have a feeling too. I think there's going to be feedback that people are going to say like, oh, well, it's nice to use the bow, but I was trying to use the other bow and it just kind of made it obvious how sucky it is, and they might look at it. But I think, in my opinion, again, I might be kind of crazy, but in my opinion, I think it is important for ArenaNet to look at all of the old weapons. All of the old weapons need to have some kind of update. If you haven't updated them in 10 plus years, since like Path of Fire, since before Path of Fire or whatever, like Heart of Thorns, that era, like season 3 Path of Fire, like if that's the last time you updated like weapons and stuff like that, which many of them, if you go through many of them, you can see it's time, right? Like you need to, like, I know that you have a lot of new skills coming in and but you kind of need to look at these older skills, and you need to kind of bring them up because they're just falling behind. And it's not just a matter of changing the damage numbers on it or whatever, right? But it's sometimes a matter of maybe changing what it does, right? Like having skills root you in place is still not good. Like Meteor Shower shouldn't root you in place. It's not that great of a skill. Why does it root you in place? Like, you know what I mean? Like things like that, where I really think that they need to look at that, right? Bladesworn tweaks because of Gale Shot, that'd be nice, right? But that change won't make me play Bladesworn. I just don't actually like the mechanic. I love the mechanic. Oh my god, I love it so much, and I wish it was good. It's just so clunky. Snatch Alacrity out of Bladesworn and give it to Spellbreaker, which is the majority of the player base has said that, right? A majority of the player base has said exactly that. I think so many people have said that. I'm sure there's probably someone in this fucking chat in here that's saying exactly that. I can probably scroll through here and be like, yeah, speaking of the Bladesworn, yeah, we need the Alacrity out of there, and it needs to go like, it's over and over and over again. So I hope that they're listening to that, because that's been a feedback that's been given for years now. Some designs are pretty good still, though. I mean, even if it's just a little update to make the animations pretty fancier. In terms of weapons, I always wanted a full rework of Necro Staff. Yeah, it's such a boring weapon. Necro Staff, I think, Engineer Pistol and Shield. I think, what else do we have? Warrior Longbow isn't bad, but I'd like to see some updates to it. It's not a bad weapon on Condi. It's definitely good. It has a lot of fire and has a lot of things. It works really well with Berserker, but I would like to see something else. Maybe some changes to that. What else do we have? Well, Elementalist Focus. I talked about that. Stuff like that. Just weapons that haven't seen an update in a long time. That just kind of needs to, Ranger Longbow, I think, needs definitely a look at. Things like that. There's not a lot of them out there, but there certainly are some. Ellie Staff, yeah, that's a good one. Greatsword on Ranger. Greatsword on Warrior. Greatsword on Warrior definitely needs a look. It's not necessarily that it's just like an awfully bad weapon, but it's so boring, and it just really could be made into like a really cool weapon. But it still has all of the animations and all of the skills from 2012. It's not just a matter of increasing the damage on it and the numbers on it, but we just need like some new animations here and there. Like I said, you don't have to redesign the whole weapon, but like change some of the stuff. Like the force skill is really boring. We throw throw the sword, like that's really boring. And you know, I think the auto attack is kind of boring as well. It'd be nice to have some different things. Especially if you're just explode. Now you don't really place them for later or anything. Necrostaff always lacks some kind of identity. Now it's a support weapon, but only with a trait. Make staff on Necro. I mean, just it's weird. I agree. Necrostaff needs to be looked at for sure.
Elite specs, maybe their core mechanics don't translate the best into how the game plays today, and giving them a bit of like a coat of fresh paint is always something we're looking forward to doing. So I think depending on like resources and timeline, it can change which ones we go for, but I think everything to be changed is on the table.
Cool.
Yeah, I've sort of been a bit more focused on like trait reworks or individual skill reworks, just due to the amount of time that we've had for balance updates, with a lot of time being spent on elite spec development. So we'll kind of see how things are once elite specs are. Well, we still have a bunch of iteration to do after the beta goes live and we get all the feedback for that. But looking ahead to the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe there'll be more time to spend on balance updates.
Yeah, I think like here's a good one actually. So have there ever been times when things have like surprised you? Like, say, I think just kind of in general actually, like with elite specializations or maybe potential reworks and kind of class changes, skill changes, and so on. Have there been things that were not, I guess, as I suppose, intended? Because obviously, when you're putting these specs together, you'll have some idea of, oh, what is the gameplay loop gonna look like for this? Like,
dude, I just want to say that Mighty Teapot's like ADHD or whatever it is, in my tired state that I'm in right now, you guys can probably see how like I'm kind of tired now, is like way overstimulating. Like I'm watching him like I gotta go. Oh my god, because he like jumps all over the place and stuff. Nothing against him at all, but it's just a lot. Like Jesus. Didn't even read my thing. Listen, I'm really tired. I did read your thing. I ran halfway through. Okay, let me read it. Make staff on Necro a 3 auto chain. Skill 2 marks the enemy, not the ground. 3 and 4 explode that mark in different ways. Skill 5 ground target, heal barrier. Alright, I read your thing. Are you happy now? Ligament staff used for the blood magic. Oh, that'd be cool. I like that. Like dagger main hand. Don't get me started on dagger. I want dagger on Necro to be fully converted. Just make it do bleeding. Yeah, I could see that actually. I could see dagger become like a Condi weapon. Condi bleeding weapon. That'd be kind of cool. And go into the like vampire kind of idea of like, rich. Like there's this ritual like vampires sucking the blood out of like enemies that they're stabbing with their sword or something. I don't know, but yeah, the staff. I mean, the staff 3. So 3 auto chain, 2 marks the enemy, not the ground, and 3 and 4 explode that mark in different ways. I don't know about that part, the exploding the mark in different ways, because then you have to like reapply the mark in order to use one of the skills. Maybe have it, if someone has a mark, the 3 and 4 skill do something extra to that marked enemy, maybe? I could see something like that. And then heal and barrier on skill 5 is nice. I do like that idea. I just leave dagger to be a blood magic thing for the rituals kind of flavor. I do like that. Make dagger do chill and bleed to go into being a brawling Condi weapon for Reaper, and then change the greatsword into a pure power weapon. Remove the chill from it. I like that idea. I don't know how people would receive that. But I always felt like there's the problem is that the dagger never had a real identity. As in like when the greatsword came in, it was like, okay, now this is the close range Condi / power weapon that is better now. It's stronger now than the dagger, right? And then so they try to update the dagger, but I feel like the dagger still has like this competitive thing with greatsword, and it's kind of weird because it's like because then the dagger offhand is more Condi oriented, where the main hand isn't really, and it's just kind of weird. So it's just like, okay, well, I guess we can use it like a focus offhand or something. Like, I don't know. It just it feels like main hand dagger has always looked for like a specific identity, and I think it would work much better as a Condi weapon because it would synergize with offhand dagger a lot more, which I feel like that kind of works together, you know. So dagger's identity is to be life force battery and make necro more survivable. I mean, I get that, right? Like, I get that idea, but I feel like, you know, that's not really that's kind of like what staff used to be. Staff used to be the offhand Condi weapon, and you would switch into it just to place your marks, and then you switch back out of it, right? And there was never any like actual use being in that weapon. And it's kind of the same with dagger. So you swap into dagger to get life force, and then you swap back out of it. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Dragons, the life force of this world. Yeah.
Oh, you know, how is this going to play out, right? What about this in PvP, in world versus world? Like, how? I guess what I'm asking you here is, how good are you at predicting how this goes down? Have there ever been moments where players have really kind of come up with some crazy stuff out of nowhere?
Okay, I just want to point this out. So this is exactly a moment that I love to see. Okay, this is exactly when I talked about you need that content creator, this person that's on camera, the person that can kind of like this lighthearted like guy that comes in there and he just kind of smiles and is, you know, whatever, and kind of hypes up the whole thing. Like, that is what the streams have always been missing. Always. And I've always said this for years now. I've been saying this, where I'm like, you need that person, because this is what he's doing right now, right? He's like throwing in this really fun question that's making everyone kind of like smile, right? Like even Cal and Trig, they were both like smiling or whatever, right? Like at this question. So it went from like being just this awkward, like, yeah, okay, we're doing it, to like a little bit more lighthearted, right? And it was just like a little bit like, okay, well, here's a fun little question that I have, right? It's like, you know, has there any, and right, and he throws in this like kind of question that's a little bit more lighthearted, and it kind of makes it a little bit more enjoyable to watch, right? Because it's a little bit like, it's not as tense, so like not everyone is like tensed up the whole time, right? You can kind of relax for a little bit. I like this. Main hand to support, offhand is bruiser powered DPS. I mean, I get that, but I don't know. Main hand doesn't really feel like a support. Oh, you mean like, oh, Mace. I'm sorry. Well, no, I'm not saying they have to have the same role. I'm not saying it's a role that it has to match, but I just think that because I feel like Necro doesn't really have like a melee range Condi weapon, that it could take that spot, and then it would synergize well with the already offhand dagger. It doesn't matter what the weapon is that's offhand at that point, right? If you want to say offhand, even offhand torch, it would synergize well with that too, because that is also a Condi weapon. So, you know, it just synergizes well with the stuff that they already have in offhand that is a specific, like, you know, has a specific thing that it can do, you know. So I like that a lot. So have a good night. Thank you. Have a lovely evening. Yeah, I'm gonna try to keep going through this. Range and feels magical is why it's blah. Yeah, it's weird. It's like a mid-range thing, like in a weird way. I don't know. It's strange.
Man, was this on our pre-planned question list? Because I would have went and thought of like a good example ahead of time to talk about this, but I don't. Now I have to think about
This
it.
was not.
Do you have anything off the top of your head? I would say, I mean, almost certainly yes. I would have to think about it a bit more to give you a specific example, but this is just kind of the reality of game design, is that, you know, we spend a bunch of time internally designing specs, thinking about specs, working on the gameplay, playing the gameplay the way we think, or trying to play the gameplay in a way that we're not initially thinking of. You know, we have a bunch of people internally that test them as well. And then the first day of the beta, we're going to have like 100 times more data immediately than all of the internal testing time. And that's just an arbitrary number. It's probably like, who knows what the actual number is, but just the number of hours that players will spend playing the specs is going to completely dwarf the time that is spent playing them internally. So
Obviously,
it would be more of a surprise if nothing unexpected was found. If there was no surprises, that would be the biggest surprise.
Oh.
Yeah. And I guess kind of on that kind of same topic, and maybe veering back on course a little bit, like obviously you've been looking at the feedback, right? We've seen these previews for everything. Do you think there's anything that everyone's sleeping on right now? Do people not recognizing?
See, I like the questions he's asking. He's asking more the lighthearted questions, which obviously we want to have the more hard-hitting ones, but it's kind of nice to kind of switch it up. Your Did You Know shorts got me to sub a few days ago. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I was desperately looking for more of them. I'm running out of facts to do, so I'm glad you're enjoying it, but I'm working on a different so if you like that kind of stuff, I actually have a series on on the channel called Animal Facts and Easter Eggs. If you haven't watched those, I've been releasing, it's been like, I actually checked them out. There's 4 parts to them, and I've been releasing over the years. I actually I created a playlist, because I thought I had a playlist for them, but I didn't. So I actually created a playlist last night for them, or the day before, I'm not sure. But you can check that out. So that's like kind of the Did You Knows, but like it's like 10 to 12 different facts about animals in like each part or whatever. So that's like a quick watch too. And I'm actually, the only reason I'm saying that is because I'm working on part 5 right now, and that is my next video that I'm working on right now. So I had like, I'm gonna show it off here. My notes. I have all this crap sitting on top of my notes. But I have my notes and I have my check marks on like what I wrote down or whatever. No one can read my chicken scratch. That's my secret. None of you guys can read it. So even if you break into my house, you won't know my secrets because you can't read it. But yeah, so I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And like I said, there's more on the channel, that kind of stuff. So if you're interested, that's like a whole lot of facts about animals. So thank you, Ross. I appreciate that. I'm gonna take a short break, guys. I gotta use the restroom. And I will be back. We're gonna continue this because I do want to finish this. But I'll be right back, you guys. All right, so I'm back. Let's continue. All right, I'm just gonna do this.
The true power of any of these elite specializations so far?
No one?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of like good reads on the power level of some of them. And like some like I know a lot of people are like Ritualist looks pretty spooky, and I agree, it's very spooky. And we're very interested to see how spooky. But I think also like a lot of the feedback on Luminary, I think specifically around the core virtues, a lot of people weren't too excited to have them back. But I think, you know, Cal and I, we've played competitive a lot, and their core guard, it's like real, and like
What?
the core virtues are
I
good. And so seeing
I have
some
a
of the
question.
synergy.
Why does he keep trying to delete that character and it's not working? And then he's like making a face. Just play the character or don't. But why do you need to delete it? I don't. Maybe it's not working. Is that what he's trying to do? I don't know.
In the trait line, like we see power behind them that maybe some other people don't agree with or don't also see. So I think seeing where that actually shakes out and lands will be pretty interesting. Um, that's just off the top of my head the first thing that when we got feedback, I was like, I don't think, you know, when I see like cooldown resets on core virtues, especially with something as strong as like Virtue of Courage in some game modes, like that has a lot of power behind it. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
You know, I see Luminary as an easy example, just because it is kind of one of the specs that's kind of like been had like a lot of trepidation around with the community feedback so far. I think so.
Yes.
I'm not saying that it's like perfect, but relative to the current like prediction and the reality, it feels like it's a bit underrated. I think the shroud gameplay also is something that feels a lot better to play with, more so than to see or even just watch someone show off. And that's again not trying to say that anything's perfect here, and we've already kind of talked about how we're thinking about some ideas for like the radiant virtues as a kind of a replacement of the core virtues while also maintaining the same like core functionality. But I think it's really fun to play. It's like one of the ones that I've been playing a lot internally, and I think especially the light aura trait is really fun. I mean, both of the grandmaster traits, the bottom two grandmaster traits, are really interesting like gameplay shifts, like the resets on the shroud weapons or like the light aura synergy, the king of lights, sovereign of lights, are pretty fun to play with. So I think
So it's interesting that he's talking about. So they're already considering something with the virtues, right? They're already thinking about that. It seems to be a big feedback that they're already looking into. I have a feeling that there's. I think they're already working on like something to change that up. But then he's talking about. And that's what I meant. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? I want the naming theme of limited virtues that really need the core mechanic of the mission. Oh, just changing the names of them? I mean, okay, I guess that's fine. Maybe changing the icons to something new as well. I can see that. Not necessarily like the. Oh, I see. So I guess the feedback is a lot of people are like, why is it the core virtues and not something different? I don't know. That seems like a. I don't know. I kind of see his point because he's like, well, people haven't really played it yet, and it's actually a lot more fun to play it with it, and you might actually not even realize your core virtues, like what they look like. Because again, we're looking at it now, we're staring at the new icons, but are you always going to be looking at those icons when you're playing the game? Probably not. So does it really make that big of a difference? I don't know. But yeah, I think they could put a little bit more effort into it and change those into something new. They could. I could see that, but it's interesting that he talks about playing this internally a lot, and then he immediately picks, yeah, I like the one with the light aura, the Grandmaster trait, because the other ones aren't as exciting. Is that what it is, right? Like the other ones, and then he stops himself and he says, well, the other ones are pretty good too, but this is the one, right? So it's like immediately it's like, oh, right there is already the crux, like one of the issues that we have with this thing is, right, that like you have one grandmaster trait that's just way more interesting than the other ones to play with. So
once people get their hands on it, they might be a little bit higher on like those aspects of the spec, and then maybe we need to still reevaluate some of the traits that are less exciting, and maybe the virtues need a bit of a tune-up as well. But I think it has a lot of potential relative to kind of the initial response, initial reception.
Yeah, and that's always something that we need to, you know, fully get our hands on, right, and like log into the game and see what on earth is going on there, to truly figure out what's going on and mess around and figure out all the possibilities and so on.
Yeah.
For these elite specializations, because of course there's a lot of combinations, right? Like it's going to be all the different traits you can pick, but also the interactions with the other trait lines and existing utilities and weapons and so on,
Right.
that also have to be kind of figured out and explored. So there's a lot going on there as well. Do you have a question, Snap? I think you've got a couple that you wanted to bring up.
I've been kind of scanning the chat here. There's a whole bunch of really good questions, and I like the whole time I'm thinking, man, I can't ask all of them. There's just not enough time. Let me go to this one. I think there will be a lot of people who are interested in this, and I've seen this come up quite a few times. Just on social